Test 1, 2, check, check.
Good morning. Oh, yeah. Who was that? Where are you at? I love you. I love you, Tejas. Yeah. Day 2, right? Last one, best one. Wow, you can tell my voice is tired. Wow. You didn't warn me about that. Okay. Yeah, last one, best one. So, we want to get straight into it. Start with a couple giveaways. Knowledge of some giveaways. Who's visited the Narwhal booth? Me. One person's visited the Narwhal booth. Okay, let's try to get more than one person over there because they've got some giveaways that they're going to be doing at lunch. They're looking to give away some gift cards in order for you to get a really nice keyboard. $150 gift cards for a keyboard. So visit them out. Also, you local folks, Replay's got some demos going on their TV. We've also got one person that's seen that. Awesome. And they don't want to take that TV home with them. So go talk to them on how you could win that TV. All right. Last raffle. I mean, if I have to keep giving stuff away, that's not the worst thing in the world. Honestly, I'm just buying time for people to actually finish their breakfast and come in. Michael Scott. Michael Scott. Nice. Is Michael Scott your real name? It's my real name. That's badass, bro. That's badass. Okay. Board game winner, number 1 of the night. If you go ahead towards that back table to my right, your left, go pick out a board game that you get to take home tonight from the after party last night. Also, Sophie Quack. Oh! Did you? I'm going to go 3. I was only supposed to do 2 right now, but if it's like the person between you guys, I'm going to shit my pants. Okay, Laura Felix. Oh, yes. All right, you 3, go ahead at the back. Go pick a board game. All right, let's stop some of this nonsense. Let's get into it. Okay? I'm so excited for this presentation. This presentation is probably the most like blood, sweat, and tears, wear your heart on your sleeve, your life, everything out in the open. Yeah? From none other than Shirley Wu.
No, I appreciated that a lot. Trying to figure out where to put my water. Hello. Good morning. Oh my God. Hi. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I just realized I'm a little bit worried that my fake eyelashes are coming off. They're really good for camera, but not good to actually wear. Hello, that's not how I was planning to start this talk. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here bright and early after karaoke last night. And thank you so much to React Rally for having me back a 3rd time. I completely forgot about this until I pulled up these photos, but apparently the first time you could barely see my face. So hopefully you can this time, and it's been uphill since. But the first 2 times, I got to talk about React and using it with D3 and data visualizations, and I had such a fun time. You're honestly one of my favorite. Oh, I think my notifications are not muted. Hold on. Oh, okay. You're honestly one of my favorite conferences in the world because you're the first tech conference that has made me feel welcomed as a speaker and in a safe space of community. And that's why I really want to give this talk to you today, because it's a really personal one, like bordering on really vulnerable at times. And it's a talk that I only feel comfortable giving at 3 conferences in the world. And after these 3 conferences, I'm going to retire the talk. So having said that, I want to give a little disclaimer and set some expectations. This is a really beefy 45-minute talk where I mention React absolutely 0 times. Thank you. And there's no explicit takeaways, there's 0 technical lessons, and it is instead my love letter to you and the data visualization and wider web community that has given me so much. So I hope you'll receive it with kindness, and I really, really hope that you'll like it. When I was a child, I was loud and stubborn and always, always wanted things my way. Except that was the very opposite of a good Chinese girl. Quiet and humble and demure, with Xinyar that always knows her place. And as a Chinese kid growing up in the Japanese countryside in the 90s, honestly really brutal. If you know, you know. All I wanted was to fit in with my Japanese classmates and maybe make my parents proud. So I tried really, really hard to be quiet and humble and know my place. But then we moved to America when I was 10 years old, and suddenly it was okay for me to be loud and opinionated, and I felt so free to be exactly who I was. Until, that is, I got to high school and college, and I started being told that I was intimidating. I was intimidating in how I asked questions in speech and debate. I was intimidating in how I delivered my opinions in club meetings, even though in all of those instances, I was just being myself. And that was when I learned that in America, women are allowed to be loud and opinionated if she is fictional, or if her opinions fit nicely within the patriarchal social norms that we have here. But at 16 and 19 and even 22, I didn't have the courage to defy those social norms. So just like how I felt the pressures to be a good Chinese girl growing up in Asia, I started to feel the pressures of being a socially acceptable American woman. And without even realizing it, I had made myself small. And by the time I started as a software engineer in Silicon Valley, I would second-guess myself every time I wanted to speak up in a meeting. And afterwards, I wondered to myself, did I say too much? Were my explanations too convoluted or meandering? Did I speak too aggressively? I had become afraid to take up space. I tried to make myself as non-threatening as possible, and I started to refer to my work as silly and make light of my accomplishments. That anyone who had put in the obscene number of hours that I have could do the exact same thing. I have made a small, socially acceptable box for myself, put myself squarely in it, and convinced myself that that was the place I belonged. Hi, I'm Shirley. I'm gonna pause here real quick and introduce myself before we get too deep into the story. I'm a software engineer, data visualization designer, storyteller. And I work with my clients on the full data analysis, design, and coding process so that we can turn their code or their data into awesome, beautiful, compelling visual narratives that push the boundaries of the web. I also co-authored data sketches with my great friend Nadi Bremer, a hybrid coffee table and textbook where we detail the process behind 24 of our data visualization projects. And pre-pandemic, I used to give talks about the technical challenges I overcame and the lessons I learned while working on my projects. But today, I want to tell you a little bit about myself, where I've come from, how I've grown, and where I'm hoping to go from here. So let's get back into it. In 2016, I was 4 years into a full-time software engineering career. And I loved the data visualization product that I was working on, but I wasn't like the biggest fan of the industry I wasn't like the most excited about the industry I was in, which was enterprise security. So I decided to quit my full-time job and try my hand at freelancing, specifically with data visualizations, so that I could see what kind of projects and data sets and challenges were out there. It was a simultaneously really exciting, but also really, really stressful decision, but I was determined to make it work. That same summer, I became obsessed with Hamilton the musical. Yes, thank you. And I listened to the cast recording so often that I started to analyze the lyrics for repeated phrases and themes and made this piece called Interactive Data Visualization of Every Line in Hamilton, where each of these dots represent a set of lyrics sung by a character. And as you scroll, these dots burst apart and come back together. And at the very end, I present to you the filtering tool so that you can go in and do your own analysis. And the following year, I got to work with The Guardian and my friend Nadi on this piece, a story about all of the American cities that buy bus and plane tickets for their homeless people to relocate them elsewhere. These two pieces have so much more impact and reach than I could have ever expected. And they made me see my work in a whole new light. That this silly little data viz thing I do could actually inspire people and incite conversations, and that gave me the validation that I needed to keep freelancing and doing what I love. And over time, I came to realize that what I really love is the freedom that comes with freelancing, that I get to choose the projects that I want to work on that really align with my interests. And that, in turn, helped me discover much more about myself. In 2018, I made my very first 3D data visualization. I have been wanting to make physical installations for a few years because I was obsessed with the idea of being fully immersed in a work, of being able to hold a person's full attentions as they walk through and experience the piece with their whole bodies instead of just their thumbs. Except for the longest time, I couldn't think of anything other than projecting my work onto a wall, which in my mind really kind of defeats the purpose of having that third dimension until I realized that, of course, that's all I could think of. I work on my laptop in 2D all day long. So perhaps if I wanted to design installations that really take advantage of that third dimension, then I could start by working on my laptop in 3D. And so I taught myself WebGL and 3JS and made Legends, a 3D data visualization of the 51 women Nobel laureates between 1901 and 2018, each represented as crystals. size by their influence, and color by the category of their award. And you can walk through and read about each of the women's life work, or you can fly up and see them arranged by the decade of their award. And here we can see that, especially in that first half of the century, there's barely any women Nobel laureates. And it's only been in the last 2 decades that their numbers have increased to the double digits. And each of these stars that you see floating all around them, each of these represent the more than 800 men that have won the award in the same amount of time. This project taught me so much about myself. For one, I was really taken aback and honestly quite incensed by this huge discrepancy in the number of female and male Nobel laureates. And it made me realize that I had barely ever seen women's names in the history and science textbooks that I studied out of in high school. And that, in turn, made me realize how deeply that lack of representation had impacted me, how I had subconsciously imprinted into my brain that women are not legacy worthy. And for the first time, I started to see how small I had made myself. How I had kept myself from dreaming anything bigger than that box I had made for myself. And all at once, I remembered my very first dream: to be an artist. Except I'd given up on that dream as soon as it had taken root, because even at 4 years old, I could feel the financial difficulty of that dream for my immigrant parent or family. But at 29, I was more financially secure, with a few more skill sets and much more confidence. And I became determined to be an artist. Except coming from tech, I had no idea the first thing about how to be an artist. So I applied to a series of artist residencies, all of which I got rejected from, because let's be real, I had no idea what I was doing. Until I got invited to be in residence at New York University's ITP, a master's program in art and technology. And I got to audit Intro to Physical Computing and learn about Arduinos and sensors and LEDs and motors, and Intro to Fabrication, where I got to learn how to think in 3D. And made this actually truly very silly drawing robot with 2 servo motors and 2 calligraphy pens. This is actually hands down one of my favorite projects I've ever made in my life, because look at how it just kind of falls over and struggles a little bit but gets back up. That's how I want to live my life. That is very inspiring. And I also recreated 5 of my Legends crystals with laser cut acrylic and LEDs. But what was the most exciting about being at ITP was all the inspiring people I got to meet. And I ended up collaborating with 2 of the students, Christina and Tina, on a follow-up of my Legends crystals. This is one amongst many. A physical data installation of 16 women in computing, each represented as a glowing orb hanging from the ceiling, and arranged in the space by the decade of their biggest achievements. And even though all of these women are just so cool and their contributions to the field of computing so badass, we had never heard of most of them before this project. So we decided to start the orbs dimly lit, and as people walked up to each of the orbs, and read about the woman described inside, that orb would glow a little bit brighter and brighter and brighter until the whole field was brightly lit. The project was installed at ITP's 2019 winter show, where hundreds of people came through, with this website as the digital counterpart so that anyone from around the world could read about each of these women. And please read about them. They're all just so cool. I didn't actually get to be at the show, but Tina and Christina made sure to send me plenty of photos and told me so many stories. And my favorite story of the night was from an older woman from the university's computer science department, who said that seeing this installation made her hopeful that one day people would honor her work in this way. This project was so far outside of my comfort zone technically, but I felt so supported by the ITP community into making it a reality and had so much fun working with Tina and Christina that I felt emboldened and victorious, like I was literally bursting out of the box by taking up physical space. And that same week, on my 30th birthday, I finally dared to dream a new dream. Not an achievable goal like I've made so many times before, but a dream that felt so far out of reach. I want to make art that hundreds of thousands of people will come see, and I want to make them with the funnest, most talented team of my own. Except, if I'm gonna be honest with you and me, for the longest time I could barely whisper that dream out loud to myself because it just sounded so ridiculous. But every time I felt those doubts creeping in, I would remind myself of all those photos and stories, and I would hang on to my dream even tighter, and I would tell myself over and over that even if everybody else thought that this dream of mine was ridiculous and out of reach, that I will never be the one getting in my own way ever again. So I entered 2020, so bright-eyed and full of hope for all the physical things that I was going to make. And, well, we all know what happened to that. I'm really grateful that all of our friends and family were safe and that we maintained the roof over our heads. But at the same time, I lost all of the clients that I was talking to because of budget freezes. Clients that never came back, and I went 7 months without income. And at first, I had no idea what to do with all of that unplanned free time. So I dove headfirst into this project called People of the Pandemic, a hyper-local cooperative simulation game, which became my way of trying to wrap my mind around all that was happening outside with the pandemic. And in retrospect, it was probably a very unhealthy coping mechanism for those first 2 months, where I just worked myself around the clock in denial. And by the time we finished the project, I was so burnt out that I could barely look at my laptop, and I spent the next month playing Animal Crossing and making really cute resin earrings, if I do say so myself, and I have no regrets. This was a great life decision. But I will repeat this process 2 more times of working myself to the extreme and burning out. The very last time on the final design layout for our data sketches book, And by the time that Nadi and I had handed in our final design files in December 2020, I had stared at my own words and my own work for a month straight and was in a burnout so deep that I could not bring myself to look at my past work for months. And perhaps most alarmingly, I felt so strongly that I never wanted to work on a data visualization project ever again, which, considering was the fact that it was how I made a living, was really quite alarming. And so I spent the next few months talking to friends and really introspecting, and I realized two important things about myself. One, that I still love telling stories with data. I was just temporarily exhausted from telling them on the web with all the different browsers and screen sizes and edge cases. And second, that I've always loved learning new things. That's why I fell in love with coding and data visualization in the first place. But finishing that book made me realize that I had reached the peak of what I wanted to learn making data visualizations, at least for the web, and I was deeply, deeply craving a change. And so I decided to listen to those gut feelings, and in fall 2021, I started as a graduate student at NYU ITP, and for that first year, I decided to, these videos are supposed to be playing. Okay, we'll ignore that. And for that first year, I decided to have zero plan and just take the time to enjoy and take whatever physical computing and digital fabrication classes that I could. And I ended the year embracing the state of uncertainty that I was in. That I was in a place of great transition from one city to another, from one phase of my career into the next, and that, in fact, my whole life has been a series of transitions that have never fully settled, caught in between countries and cultures and places of belonging, and that is a lot to unpack. But fortunately, I've spent the past decade honing my skills, making data visualizations to understand the outside world. And now I have the time and space to make work and understand myself. And I got that opportunity one beautiful night last September, where I got to put on a one-night pop-up art show. My very first solo show. Thank you. Yeah. This is Wonder and Hope, where each dot represents a photo taken between 2018 and 2022. And a flower means that I had taken a photo of a flower. There's a lot of those. And a double circle means that it's a food photo. There's even more of those. And it's double circles because it looks like a plate. And the small dot represents all other photos. They're positioned by where I took the photo. So the further away from the center, the further away I was from home. And if they're within that solid inner circle, it means that I was at home when I took the photo. And I had a lot of fun thinking about how I would translate web elements into the physical, and I ended up creating all of these physical layers, like the layers of the DOM. So I printed the dots and flowers of the visualization in color on paper, and I think of that as my HTML5 canvas layer. And I laser etched the annotations on transparent acrylic, and that's my SVG layer. And because the acrylic has this slight bit of thickness, it casts this like really beautiful IRL drop shadow. I don't know if you can see it like right here. And then I had the instructions for how to read the visualization and the actual stories on on more layers. And I think of those as the divs that you scroll past on a web page. So as you walk through this first half of the room, you're physically scrolling through my story about all the wonder that I used to feel being outside. And this first half also serves as the onboarding for the main visualization. And as you turn the corner, you come across March 2020, the first month of the pandemic in America. And you see that all of those dots have shrunk to be within just that solid inner circle of home. And underneath is the main visualization animating within a bowl of water, where water drips from above, and each drop represents a case of anti-Asian hate crime reported to NYPD during that same time frame. And the way that the water distorts the image is the best visual that I could give for how distorted reality felt at that time. And then you turn again, and you come across this triptych of the first 3 months of the pandemic, when we only ever left home to go do groceries. And in this latter half of the story, I talk about the effects that reading all of those reports of anti-Asian hate crimes had on me, of how panicked I would feel every time I had to go outside by myself, of how I would keep my eyes firmly on the ground because I was afraid that if I just looked up and accidentally made eye contact, that would be the trigger for a hate crime. And in March 2022, I realized that I had lost all the wonder that I used to feel being outside. And I was filled instead with an all-consuming fear and anxiety. And after that, I forced myself to look up and around whenever possible. Until one day in April, when I look up and I see the first flowers blooming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel the joy overtake the fear. And I feel hope again. And as you finish reading the story, you look up and you realize that the flowers have been overhead this entire time, gently lighting up as you walked underneath. The show was a big one. It was the very first time that I used data to try and understand myself and work through my own experiences. And letting all of those emotions and anxieties take up a whole room of space was incredibly cathartic and validating. It was also the first time I had asked for help on something so utterly personal, and I'm grateful to all of my friends that asked my panicked calls for help and spent 10-hour days with me fabricating and installing. It's also the first time that I got to see all the people that showed up in person. And I think maybe a lot of us here can relate that when we make something digital and put it out onto the web, we never truly get to know all the people that we might have reached. I mean, we might, in retrospect, know by some page numbers, or maybe people are truly really kind and they reach out after and tell us what they thought. But with this show, I got to see each single person that showed up, and I got to see their reactions to my stories in real time. And I got to see them as they read my story, as they teared up with me, and as they smiled with me, and as they gave me hugs after. And those reactions, those moments of connection and community were so beautiful and magical and healing that I knew that going into my thesis that I wanted to take this opportunity to work through some things like some deep emotional things, so that hopefully by the time I graduated, I have a fresh new start. And I also knew that I wanted these personal stories to take on physical form where they felt just more real and intimate and powerful. And in this process of digging really deep and introspecting, I found rage. Deeply rooted, quiet and simmering rage. And I found two sides to this rage. First, from my childhood and the quiet trauma that I inherited from my parents, who, by the time I was 10 years old, had made 4 life-changing moves from China to the Philippines, Philippines to back to China, from China to Japan, and Japan to America, taking me with them on all but the first. And the second, from my adulthood and my time as a woman in tech. I wrote this in my thesis paper. The Silicon Valley sexism I encountered was the most spectacular forms of gaslighting and undermining. By the end of my 4 years working full-time, I had a disproportionately low opinion of my work. I had once read that being a woman or person of color in tech was like a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Countless microaggressions, each too negligible to report, but excruciating as they added up. It resonated so perfectly that it was painful. It took me years to realize how small I had made myself. And it took me even more years to regain the confidence to acknowledge that I am spectacularly good at what I do. And for that, I have the data visualization and broader web community to thank. Free from the politics of a small but successful startup, they celebrated every project I've ever put out. They told me over and over again that I am incredible at what I do. 6 years after I left full-time, I finally wholeheartedly believe them. Thank you for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. A week after I wrote those very words, this project of mine won Most Beautiful out of 1,300 entries, the highest honor given at the Information is Beautiful Awards, one of the most important awards in the data visualization industry. And in that moment, not this exact moment, because this moment I was like freaking the fuck out, but I was like rambling so hard. But on that train ride home, I finally felt a deep sense of calm. And I no longer felt that desperate need to constantly prove myself and my technical capabilities, a remnant from my time in tech. And I felt instead fully at peace with myself and the work that I make. And I came home and I performed this piece, a story with almost no words, where the colors I paint are turned into sounds, and each drop of Chinese calligraphy ink represents a case of anti-Asian hate crime reported to NYPD. And by March 2021, the amount of black ink becomes overwhelming. And I am forced to reconcile with it. in this piece called "Though a Patriarchy Would Privilege the Changelessness of the Sun over the Inconstancy of the Moon and You." It is inspired by the shame that I used to feel in my teenage years, that my period never came on the same days of that month, and that somehow my body was abnormal because of that irregularity. Until I started trying a period tracking app, and it taught me that my body is actually very, very regular, and what was actually highly irregular is the solar calendar, which shifts from 31 days to 30 days to 28 days to sometimes even 29 days in a month. And that was when I realized that the problem is not me. And then I continued on with my thesis. And I ended up proposing 2 physical installations for the 2 sides of my rage, and decided to concentrate on just that first one about my childhood. And as a starting point, I was deeply inspired by Stephanie Foo's life-altering memoir called "What My Bones Know." And in it, she writes, "I realized that my community in San Jose was built in large part from the wreckage of America's brutal proxy wars against communism. America massacred civilians in Nokuni and Milai. It poisoned fields of crops and buried mines. It left behind machine guns in the wrong hands and let houses turn to rubble. San Jose is America's consolation prize for those who lost Saigon and Seoul. I also spoke to dozens of Asian children of immigrants, Asians of my generation. Everyone always wanted me to know that their parents were good people. They came here with nothing. They overcame so much. They're just, stoic, anxious, quiet." And I became fascinated with this dichotomy of being an immigrant, arriving in a new country filled with so much hope and expectation, and finding a reality so vastly different. This is my thesis, titled Untitled, "We Still Land Home," where Chinese calligraphy ink drips from above, each drop representing a number of Chinese immigrants into America. And I think of the fabric as the American land, and all of the fans underneath the fabric as the American sentiments against Chinese immigration that are literally making the fabric into difficult terrain for the ink to land on. And over the course of a few hours, the ink makes its slow, methodical way from the back of the fabric to the front, dispensing ink according to immigration data from 1850 to now. In the process of working on this piece, I realized that I was asking it questions that I could never bring myself to ask my parents. What was it like to leave home and have to start over and over again, so far from your full support networks? Did you ever have to feel discrimination and fight to survive? Did you ever feel a powerlessness, a voicelessness in each new country with each new language? Did you ever expect to pass that down to me? And the piece answers me with each drop of ink that lands not where intended, but instead messily scattering in every direction freely. And I think of all the lives that each drop represents, all the lives lived, struggled, settled. 1,000 different imaginings for 1,000,000 different lives. And I am reminded that even if we don't land where we intended, we still land. We make homes for ourselves. And there is such beauty in that resilience. I think of this piece as the first working prototype for that idea, and there's so much more that I want to improve on for the next iterations. But for now, I am so grateful for all that it has taught me about myself. I've come to really love working with motors because it literally lets me move the world around me.
that I really enjoy working with water and ink and air and wind because they feel like the soothing balms to my rage. And if I could just succeed in keeping my visual forms simple and elegant, that would be the biggest defiance I could have against the incessant pressures I've felt as a woman in tech to constantly prove myself and my worth. And I love with an almost vengeance that I am using every last drop of skill that I have gained through my time in tech to make these pieces and regain my power. I graduated 3 months ago, almost exactly to the day, and I still have no idea what the future looks like, and I still have no idea the A to the B to the C or any of the steps in between of how I'm going to get to that big, big dream of mine. But for now, what I do know is I've been doing a lot of reflecting on how I might want to go forward. And I've come to the realization that I'm really, really excited to get back into coding and get back into the web again. Because after these 2 years away, I've really missed it. And so I've been trying to figure out how to combine and balance my client work with my self-funded artwork in the hopes that hopefully one day in the future soon, hopefully, that they'll converge. And I can just concentrate on telling my stories in whatever mediums that fit them best. And as for that box, some days I am still filled with so much rage, and I'm like, fuck the box, fuck the social norms, and I'm gonna be everything the way I am, and if that's intimidating, then deal with it. And some days I still just wanna slip back into that box. But more and more, I'm excited to open up that box so that I can define myself exactly the way that I deserve. So, hello again. My name is Shirley. I'm a Chinese American woman, proud daughter of immigrants, software engineer, data visualization designer, storyteller, solopreneur, creative director, artist. And I'm here to take up space. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Honestly, thank you so much for being that first tech conference to make me feel my worth. Thank you. I guess this is my cue to get off stage, right?
No, I'm not stealing that moment from you. That's great.
Thank you so much.
All right, I had stuff to say, but I'm skipping that. We've got a 30-minute break. I've never seen such a masterpiece. I'm sure you haven't at a conference either. We'll be back with some more. We'll dive back into it. 30 minutes. I'll see you guys back out here. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, we're gonna get right into it, right? Gonna bring the heat. Our next speaker actually has been coding since he was 8 years old. 8 years old. I definitely wasn't coding at 8 years old. I can tell you that much. Let me tell you a little bit about Tejas before he comes on here. I met him for the first time yesterday, maybe the day before. But like, I don't know if he thinks he's known me like our whole lives, because that's the impression I get, right? If you meet Tejas, you're gonna feel like this guy just has known me my whole life, always positive, most positive outlook. I was talking to another person, and I was like, all right, he's positive. Is he messing with me? And they're like, no, he is genuinely the happiest, best guy to hang out with. So please welcome to the stage, Tejas Kumar.
Good morning. That was Coldplay. It's one of my favorite bands of all time. Is my mic on? Can you hear me in the back? Awesome. Hey, good morning. It's great to be here at React Rally. I'm really thankful to the organizers for having me, to Shiloh for organizing, to the tech people in the back for giving me the microphone. Can we get a round of applause for everybody involved in this? Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible work. This is a tremendous speaker lineup. I could go on and on singing the praise of this conference, but we do have 25 minutes, so I'll get on with the presentation. My name is Tejas. That's pronounced like contagious. Unfortunately, this got me a lot of trouble during the pandemic, as you can imagine. I had to switch it and do something like advantageous. But anyway, I run a very small agency that helps developer-focused companies with DevRel. We help them do developer relations well. And over the course of my career, I've been writing React now for nearly 10 years or so. And over the course of that, I've been able to work either on the team of some of these brilliant companies here or in some type of consulting capacity. And it's just been absolutely tremendous to be able to play in this field, in this inclusive community with everybody around. If you have questions about DevRel or anything, I'm here all day. I'd love to talk to you about that. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. Today, the title of this talk is Why Everyone Needs to Use a Framework. Why everyone needs to use a framework. And you might be reading this title and going, what does that even mean? Believe me, you're not alone. It sounds somewhat controversial, but what I want to do is give you a little bit of an intro into why I even put this topic together as well. Before we do that, I need to address the absolute masterpiece that was Shirley's talk just before this. Can we get a round of applause for sure? That was tremendous. Yeah, and a little confession inspired by that actually is this talk is pretty technical. There's a lot of live coding, but this comes out of like imposter syndrome on my part, because my earlier talks were not, right. They were very like soft skills and leadership focused, and I felt like they didn't fit, and I felt some type of pressure to like, okay, let's do code. But honestly, I tend to prefer the ones that are more about someone's journey and a story and things like that. Anyway, all that to say, we will do code, but it comes from a place of listening to expectations and trying to live up to them. So relatable. Thank you, Shirley. So why everyone needs to use a framework. This talk was inspired by a tweet from the great Andrew Clark over at Vercel, works on the React core team, and earlier this year published a post on X that says if you use React, you should be using a React framework. If your existing app doesn't use a framework, you should incrementally migrate to one. If you're creating a new React project, you should use a framework from the very beginning. And we all, I think, for those of us who follow the discourse, read this and went like, oh, okay, cool. And I found myself as an engineer asking why. And this is, I'm sure we can relate to that. As engineers, we tend to be curious and we want to understand the reasons behind things. And so there was a lot of discourse. We asked, we found out, etc. But that is kind of the intro to the talk, why everybody needs to use a framework. Okay. This talk is heavily rooted in mechanism. We're going to talk about underlying mechanism of why it's better to use a framework, the value that frameworks bring. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that this talk is not going to help you learn to use a framework or even learn to use React. Those things, there's documentation for. Go to react.dev. Remix has fantastic documentation, as does Next.js. This isn't so much to talk about how to use a thing, it's to talk about how a thing works and the value it gives you so that you understand the mechanism. And once you understand the mechanism, you can make the best decisions for yourself and your team. That's kind of the goal, is that we understand a little bit of mechanism, and then that gives us conceptual levers we can pull and get the most out of React applications today, okay? So if we want to talk about why everyone needs to use a framework, we should start by talking about what even is a framework. And I love looking at this question because a framework, unlike the term serverless, is exactly what it sounds like. Okay? A framework is literally a frame within which your application can work. So there's been a lot of debates about React. Is it a library? Is it a framework? I would reserve a conclusion on that. I would encourage you to wait until David Khurshid's talk at the end of the day to debate about whether React's a framework or a library. But a framework typically has opinions. It has guardrails. It has conventions that enable you to not think about those things and instead think about your applications. Think about the products that you're building. These usually look like having a directory where you have your pages, your routes. These look like having concrete ways to fetch data and more, such that you don't have to think about, oh, what's the best way to fetch data? You just use what the framework tells you to use in the service of shipping your stuff fast, efficiently, safely, okay? That's what a framework is. But what do frameworks then do? Frameworks do a lot. They do a lot of heavy lifting. But for the purpose of the 25 minutes we have today, I want to focus on 3 specific things that most, if not all, frameworks solve for us. Thing number 1 is server rendering. Most, if not all, React frameworks have some type of server rendering story. Even if it's just like static site generation, you usually generate it on a server and then get HTML files that you ship to a CDN. Server rendering has a number of benefits that actually makes your site work according to how websites work on the web traditionally. They ship markup to clients. They do not ship a blank page that suddenly downloads JavaScript and elements are added dynamically after the fact, right? So they're more true to the web. But also they turn your pages into discoverable documents for search engines. They work without JavaScript, etc. There's a number of benefits around server rendering. This isn't to talk about server rendering, but frameworks give you this usually out of the box. Number 2, they give you isomorphic routing. Anyone remember back in the day when we used to have client-only apps with client-only routing? Yeah, I see some people going, that's the best way. It's not. We used to do this thing where we would have a client router, but someone would navigate to slash some route on the server. The server would respond with a 404. And then our 404 page would load a client bundle, and then the client router would take over, and it would be like, no, everything's fine. It's not really a 404. We got this, right? But this is a lie. The server is lying to the client, and the client's kind of covering up the sins. It's not sound. It's certainly not sound for user agents that depend on status codes, like search engines. A 404 is usually not going to be indexed because it's a 404. So isomorphic routing on the client and on the server is something you get for free from frameworks like Next.js, Remix, etc. Number 3 is data fetching. Most frameworks, if not all, give you some type of data fetching story to make your life easier. This is through conventions in Next.js, through things like get server-side props, in Remix through the loader mechanisms, etc. Even in SvelteKit and Solid Start, Quick, most frameworks have these primitives. And finally, frameworks give you an easy way to deal with all of the edge cases that we probably miss. And that's because they have the benefit of mass adoption. So before you even know you have a problem, there's a high chance someone else somewhere else in the world has had the problem, has opened an issue, and it's been dealt with before you even had the problem, right? And this is something that frameworks give you out of the box. So should you use a framework? I mean, for these benefits, maybe. But we've reached now the point in my talk where I'm tired of listening to my own voice. I tend to get bored of my own presentations, and so I think let's just maybe write some code and understand these mechanisms in a little bit more depth. Specifically, I want to understand server rendering. I want to understand data fetching, and I want to understand routing. Specifically also around why things, for example, in Next.js need to be default exports, why we need certain directories, etc. So if you'll humor me for the next, 15 minutes or so, what we'll do is we'll open our browser and VS Code. The browser has a client-only React application that does not much. It shows you a list of good boys using my favorite API, the dog API. If you go to dog.ceo, it's just a free API. You choose your favorite dog breed, like a Havanese, and it loads for a bit and shows you a picture of an adorable little Havanese. You scroll to gosh, how do you even say that? Gronenandel. Wait, let's zoom in. So let's go to a command door, and you kind of see it. So this is client only, and with that, you get some client only problems. For example, if I view the source, there's nothing here. There's no dog breeds. It's just an empty shell. This is what agents who don't support JavaScript would see. In fact, if I, in the DevTools, disable JavaScript and reload, I get this. Look at that, a whole lot of nothing. Amazing. Not really. So how do we solve this? Frameworks solve it through server rendering. So to address this, let's build the beginnings of a framework. But before we do that, we'd be remiss if we didn't walk through the client-only code so far. So let's do that. We have an index.tsx, classic React Bootstrap, nothing special. We render an app into a root. The app, we have a bespoke client router because I was too lazy to npm install something. And the router just gives context to the rest of the app. It's really nothing fancy, has some push state. But it basically tells the app, here's the current path, and here's how you change it, okay? And renders children. Route is pretty much what you'd expect. If the paths match, show children, otherwise show null. It's very bare bones, but the goal is to understand mechanisms. So we're not going to try for correctness here today in 25 minutes, okay? We have the list of breeds, and here it's exactly what you see on the left side, an H1 with good boys, and we map over a list, show a link to a breed. For our data fetching story, we're fetching from here in useEffect, and then setting state, right? And we kind of do, this is a pattern that unfortunately is in the vast majority of client-only React applications. And it's not an ideal pattern because it leads to a number of network and CPU waterfalls and is not the most performant. In fact, if you're fetching data in React, it's usually a good idea to fetch as early as possible. And in many ways, this is fetching as late as possible because you're waiting for render and then you're fetching. It's just not a good practice. So how do frameworks solve this? Let's take a quick look at the single breed page. There's a dog called Boo Tick. Weird, it's a tick. Anyway, same thing. We're fetching some images and then we're rendering, okay? So let's frameworkize this. And to start with that, I just want to disable JavaScript and go from like bare bones. So we'll go to the root with no JavaScript. We have a blank page. And what we're going to do is let's just make a server. So we'll server.tsx. Oh, .jsx, no way. Live coding would not work in JavaScript, for me anyway. So we need a server, so let's get some Express. You can use whatever you want. I'm more familiar with Express. We'll do React from React. We need something from React DOM. Oh, wow, Copilot, thank you. We'll do render to string, why not? And we need our app from .app. App is a named export, so we'll do that. We can just get started, sure. We'll just have Copilot write this whole thing for us. App, sure, but it's actually wrong, it's dist. It's confidently wrong. And we can app.get on the root directory, we get something, and a response object. And we can end we can end the response with rendering the app to the string. But this isn't really sound HTML, so let's be good people and do that. Get a nice template going. We'll camel case character set. And in body, we'll do div ID root, because that's where our client bundle hydrates. And this should be kind of what we want. And then we'll app.listen on port 3000, okay? We'll save that. We have a really bare bones, we're just trying to see what we can get. So we're listening on port 3000, so I'm going to go ahead and run port 3000. But before that, let me just build npm run, where are we? Okay, we'll npm run build, and then we'll just start the server. Nothing more. And it should be listening on 3000, so if we do that. Okay, we have an error, window is not defined. And that's because of our router, which we didn't account for. So we'll go to the router, and instead of accessing window, we're in a server, we don't have a window, right? So we'll do something like an initial path, and we'll just add it to props here. We're going to unfortunately be doing some prop drilling, but ideally there's better ways. So now this thing needs an initial path, we'll drill that through from app. And now our client bundle is going to need an initial path. This we'll get from the window. We can, because this is a client bundle. And on the server side, we still need an initial path. And we'll get this from the request object. So rec.path. Okay, that should solve that. Let's check. What we're going to do is reload. It works. Good boys. Thank you, except we're not fetching data. It sucks. So now we can kind of fix this by cheating, right? We can just like include client-side React. So we'll do like script source is /client.js. We'll do this. and we'll be sure to enable JavaScript here. This is kind of like a Band-Aid if we want to throw one on. This should, whoa, okay. Yeah, great. We're using React on the client side, and it kind of sort of works, but does it though? Like if we don't have JavaScript, we don't have arguably the most important content on the page, which is the list of breeds. And similar, if we view source, we don't have the breeds. So we're not actually getting the markup we deserve or we need, okay? So this then immediately says, hey, you solved server rendering, but what's the data fetching story? What's the routing? We also just have a root route. Like if I start this server, and if I go to like /breed, and B is like, I don't know, Bazenji, because that's my autocomplete, that route doesn't exist. So we like server render one page. This is not a framework. Let's add routing. To add routing, we need to think a little bit, right? We need some convention. We need some way to know how to get the right component for the right route, okay? Let's see how we go. So what we'll do, we'll start by making the route a parameter. And what I would love to do is do something like this, const module. We'll turn this into async. And we'll just like do a dynamic import of what exactly? Well, we'll join the path of the current working directory, dist, pages, and we'll do like rec.params.route. So we're getting the component for this route. But it's a bit complicated because the named export for breeds, for example, is breeds. And the named export for the single breed page is breed. And so we can't do this changeably. We need to enforce the fact that it needs to have a named export that is the same across all modules. Thankfully, that exists. It's called default. And this is why in most frameworks you need to have default exports. So what we can do is we'll just change this a bit. So instead of const breeds, we'll do export default breeds. And this is literally why Next.js needs default exports for pages, default breed here. Okay, so we have default exports. Let's go update our client bundle. We don't want to forget about that, definitely. So we'll go to app. Things have changed here. These are now default exports. And let's add a pages directory just to make sure we get the right things from the right place. So we'll do pages, and we'll move breeds and breeds into pages, just like that, okay? We'll also rename them to lowercase just to be safer. Some operating systems and server environments care about that kind of thing. And then if we go to app, we've got to also update our imports now. So we'll do lowercase, and this is pages. And I think somewhere there's a link component that isn't updated because of, yeah, here, perfect. Okay, so we've moved things around, that's kind of it, but now we have a default export for our component. So instead of rendering the app, we'll just render the component by the route param. I hope this is clear so far. We'll save that and see what happens. So let's rebuild our server, restart it, go to /breeds. And interesting, it appeared and then disappeared, and that's because we have client-side React kind of taking over, and our client-side router here is on /. So we'll fix this here, but also let's just disable JavaScript because we want this to be fully server rendered. Okay? We'll disable JavaScript, rebuild our server again, and we have it. And not only do we have this on the sub route, we should have the other one. So we'll go to this, and we do. It's loading. So we've got routing, we've got server rendering. We need to close the loop on data fetching. Okay? But hopefully by now you kind of understand why frameworks have these pages directories or routes directories, why they have default exports, etc. So we've solved 2 out of 3. Let's finish it with data fetching. So if we go to breeds, we don't want to do this. We want to fetch as early as possible. How early is that? Well, that's as soon as you access a route on the server. Let's kick off fetching there. Okay? So what we'll do is we'll just factor this function out into module scope. We'll call it getStuff. It's an async function. And we'll just return I don't know, let's call it initial breeds is await, and we'll just paste that fetch there. Instead of setState, which doesn't exist in the scope, we'll just return this. Reutern. Rootern. Okay, cool. That's really all we're doing. And now we'll getStuff.then. This is going to give us props. And we will set, what is it? Where is it? Set breeds. We'll do that here. Set breeds to props.thankyou TypeScript. We just move stuff around. This looks good. Let's also add a prop here, initial breeds, because maybe we want to pass that in from the server, and we'll replace the empty array with initial breeds. Okay? So we just moved stuff around, that's it. But now that this exists in module scope, we can export this fetching function to the server. Let's do that. So we can run this both on the server and on the client. So we export this, go back to our server, and now we know we may have get stuff. Okay? And if we do, we can get stuff. The stuff we're getting is props, so we let props be an object, and we'll set it here. So props is await, and we'll just call mod.getStuff. It's going to give us props. And what do we do with those props? Well, we just spread it on the component that we made. Save. So we're fetching as early as possible and then giving it to the component. Let's rebuild this and see what we have. Whoa. I'm missing my initial breeds prop in the client, so let's go make that optional, actually. That's probably going to be better. So there. Thank you, TypeScript. Perfect. So now if I go back to breeds, keep in mind JavaScript's disabled. We should, there we go, we're fetching. We're fetching early, thank you. We're fetching on the server. But if I click here, Beagle, I'm not fetching in the single page. So let's go fix that. And we're going to just repeat the same thing. So we'll copy this, factor it out. Now we have a convention, right? Because on the server, we're depending on get stuff. So it has to be get stuff. Or get server-side props in Next.js. Anyway, so we get stuff, we return more props. This will be initial image. And once again, it's just await, we fetch. And instead of these things that don't exist in scope, we just do that. And this is going to be interesting because we don't need the loading state anymore because the server does the loading. So we can just get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Set breed. What we can do here is we could just we can get rid of a whole bunch of things. And what we can do now is get stuff dot then against we get props and we set image to props dot initial image. Thank you, TypeScript. Okay. We don't really need to set breed anyway. Whatever. We'll keep it like that. That's kind of all we have. And again, we have some issues here because breed needs a parameter. So what we'll do is we'll give it arguments. We'll say b, and b is intended to be a string. So we'll do that, and we'll use b here. So now we need to pass some stuff to get stuff. We need to pass some arguments to get stuff. B is breed. How do we do that on the server side? Well, we have query params, literally, like right here. This prop b is beagle, if you can see that. So we'll do mod get stuff, but we'll use rec.query. That's kind of it. And now, if we rebuild our server and rerun it, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Where's the image? I am not fetching the right thing. What are you supposed to be? See, if my demo falls apart now, I know none of you will judge me, but I will judge myself. But it's all good. Let's go check quickly. I'm sure this isn't going to be. Someone saying something? Line 6? Oh, it's line 6? What? It's fine. Oh, I need to pass an initial image as a prop. I think that's why, right? Because I'm getting it from the server and I'm not passing it. This is fine. And again, it's an empty string. All right, let's try that again. Nice catch. It wasn't line 6, but I appreciate the sentiment. There we go, perfect. There's one more issue. Thank you. There's one more issue. If I click go back, I'm going to go back to the root route. But as we saw in our new conventionalized pages directory, breeds is where we want to go. So we'll just fix that little link right there, rebuild everything, go back to our cute little beagle. And we go back, and we have none of this uses client React at all. This is just fully server rendered, server fetched, and server routed. And frameworks give you all of this for free. That's the underlying mechanism. Okay? There's one final issue with this, and I want to draw your attention to this because it's very, very important. Frameworks often do so much for you that you don't even know about, right? If I ask someone to point out an issue with this server code, I mean, there's plenty of it. It's a 25-minute server, but one of those issues is that we're using render to string. Render to string from React DOM is a synchronous API. So if you've got a very deep React tree that's very complex, it will do a lot of CPU work to render this on the server, and then you get a giant HTML string, and then there will be network I/O that sends a massive string to the browser. Okay, that's blocking. So a server typically serves multiple clients, and if many clients place that kind of load on the server, that kind of computational load, not only will it stall, block the event loop, it might crash. It's just not a useful API for large things under load. So React exposes a newer API called render to pipeable stream, which is asynchronous and doesn't do everything at once. It renders, and as things get ready, it just streams them over the network. The API is not the same, so instead of ending the response, what we do is we get a pipe function out of this, but that's kind of the only difference. And we can pass in a second argument that says bootstrap scripts, and we can pass in the client bundle here. It's actually just slash. So, and then finally, we say when the page is ready or when the shell is ready, in this case I'm using onShell ready, I want to then pipe to the response. So it's a little bit of a different API, but it's got leaps and bounds in terms of performance and security improvements. So let's kill the server, restart it, and now we have a proper serverful implementation. Finally, we don't have React on the client side, so let's quickly add that by enabling JavaScript. And we have come full circle. Basically, this is what frameworks do for us. This is a subset, I should say, of what frameworks do for us, and not the whole picture. But they take a lot of work. Why is there no image? Did I mess up something on the client side? Probably. What did I? I love it. I'm not setting the breed from query params. That explains it. I think I deleted that line a while ago. Let's undo everything and see if there we go. Look at that, boom. Okay, let's redo everything. Gosh, I love VS Code. This is so fantastic. Okay, and now we have, let's do this. Perfect. Show me the client button. I need to rebuild the server, don't I? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we've come full circle, and that's essentially what frameworks do for us. And that's true today. But there's a whole topic of what frameworks will do for us in the future. You see, because React Server Components is a thing that we're talking about. It's not yet production ready, by the way, still. Though Next.js is production ready. Don't ask me how that works. Not here for that. But React Server Components needs an even more set of tools that don't yet really exist en masse. For example, you need a next generation bundler to compile the appropriate server and client bundles necessary for your application. You need a next generation router as well, etc. React Server Components require the addition of another type of server almost that parses a React JSX tree into another tree, and then you hand that off to an SSR tree. So servers talk to servers, and actually servers are now clients of other servers. It gets very complex. And this is kind of the other reason why you need frameworks. Because if you spend your time wrangling servers, you're not really building your product. And it can take away from your engineering team's productivity. Okay? So let's answer the question. Does everybody need to use a framework? You can benefit from it, and if you don't use a framework, you probably will end up like rolling your own, and it's not going to be as battle-tested as something that's adopted en masse. So going off of that, probably. But then again, I know a lot of people in consultancies or other businesses who are just working solely on internal projects that aren't really e-commerce stores that need mass adoption. You're working on something internal that it's fine if it's client rendered, doesn't matter. You can just go ahead with Vite. So I think the answer to this question is more nuanced than yes, just use a framework. And I think it's the great answer to really most technical problems, which is that it really depends on what you're building. But I hope that I've given you enough context to make your own decisions. To summarize and wrap up, we covered a tremendous amount of content, I think, for 25 minutes. We looked at implementing a server that server renders. We then added routing. And in so doing, we understood the need for default exports as a convention. We understood how get server-side props kind of works to solve the data fetching story. We finally came full circle and went from a synchronous router API to an asynchronous one and added the client bundle to the mix. I hope this has given you a deeper understanding of frameworks. It's as much as we could fit into 25 minutes. There is a longer version of this, much, much longer on my YouTube channel. I'm not going to tell you to subscribe and hit the bell because I'm not interested in that, but if you wanted to watch that, it's up there. Also, these topics and more will be covered in an upcoming book I'm writing on React. You're welcome to check that out if you want to. I'm not here to sell you anything, but I do think there's value in understanding underlying mechanism that helps us build better applications together. With that, React Rally, I want to say thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute honor and privilege to be here.
Brought it. You brought it. Let's keep it rolling, right? Onward and upward. Okay, next speaker, rightfully coined, I think, the CEO of whiteboards. Not my boat pun, not my joke, but I'm taking it anyways. Please welcome to the stage, Ben Holmes.
Let's double check we've got our slides. Yes, we do. Okay, hello everyone. It's great to see all y'all here. This is actually the first in-person conference talk that I've done. It's all been virtual or meetups before this. So it's great to see all of you in person. And I'm gonna be speaking on opt-in design, which I am dubbing a new era in web development, a new chapter. So to clarify what design means, first off, it's not a UI design talk, although graphic design is clearly my passion. It's also not a systems design talk. We're not doing UML diagrams. We're not doing whiteboarding, sadly. But it is an API design talk. So we're going to discuss what good defaults really mean, both in the tools you use and also the components and libraries that you author yourself in the open source community, and finding and building the best tools for the job, both in what you're building and also what you are shipping to other open source users. So to introduce myself a little bit, I already got a great intro there, but I'm a core maintainer over at Astro. You can find that framework, astro.build, and that's going to inform a lot of the examples that we talk about today. I call myself the Chief Whiteboard Officer, because CEO of Whiteboards, we have a CEO, I'm not a CEO. But I do make whiteboard tutorial content over on wtw.dev if you're ever interested. And I'm the champion of content. So if you're building content sites, you like Markdown, MDX, MarkDoc, love all those formats, and I maintain some of the integrations at Astro for those. So I'm going to start by walking through building an app from start to finish. And I'm going to start with a pretty uncontroversial example of how we built things, maybe like 2016 era with the Create React app. So when you're building your first application, you start with the hello world. You see something on the screen. And if you're reading the blog post of the time, you're probably reaching for a combination of React and React DOM, the new hotness, using maybe React Router in order to manage all of your SPA routes. And you're reaching for something like styled components so that you can have those scope styles co-located with your component and making them reactive to state variables. All the stuff that you probably need. And you can see right away, I have a little kilobyte counter in the corner. This is not the only metric to optimize for, but it can be something to keep in mind when you are shipping a lot of JavaScript stuff instead of doing that work on the server. And you can see, we walk up to more features we need to add to our application, maybe a sign-up form. And you want to start by, the old patterns, prevent the default behavior, manage it using React instead of using a server post request. So you're giving up some progressive enhancement there, but you're at least getting some interactivity. And maybe you're using Formic in order to validate that form and show error states. You see our ticker going up a little bit in the corner because we're shipping more to the client in order to make it feel dynamic. And then we go a little bit further. Now we have a full e-commerce experience maybe. We need to manage the client state in order to make sure it mirrors what's going on the server. The person is logged in, they have 2 items in their cart. That bubble better match whatever is being stored server side. So you might stick that in React context so everyone knows what's in the cart. You have a cart flyout that's unrelated, so the context needs to wrap around that. And you're adding some more client-side JavaScript to sort of replicate whatever the server has. And then you get to your performance audit, and it's fine. Everything is fine. But you might be surprised using these tools. You were kind of told this is how you build apps these days. Like, well, I didn't do any work on the server because I didn't really know how to do that with React, especially when it was hard to server render. And you are hurting that time to interactive because you need to load up a bundle up front before the user sees anything, including the hello world that we started with. So this takes us to some of the pains of this opt-out mindset that I'll kind of call it, and we'll break down the points later. But there are a few pains that you run into with those early libraries. Create React app, for example, the happy path, let them manage your whole Webpack config. No one likes touching Webpack. It's a scary thing. So we're going to use whatever Create React App gives us to build our app. And if we ever need to opt out of what they need, well, you need to eject and manage the whole thing yourself, which is a scary proposition. It's why people usually stick with that default and never opt out. The second pain is with styled components. The default is JS first, CSS as the output that gets rendered into your components. And slowly over time, new patterns emerge. There's a great blog post from Josh Komu about using CSS variables instead of the props object so that you can manage your state with pure CSS variables without having to ship big bundles for it. But again, that's an opt-out from some of styled components' early patterns, and you're looking at things in a new way. So you need to be smart about, understanding what the tool is doing and then figuring out when you need to switch from the docs recommendation if you need to. The last one, the pain of React context. Of course, when you're hoisting state high up, it's very beneficial if it needs to be used everywhere. But if you're writing aggressively, you have a lot of re-renders. You need to performance monitor those. You need to know where that's happening. And it can be expensive, easy to overdo, of course, and you opt out with the use memo lever. That's going to cache all the results. And you need to be smart about use memo pretty much everywhere in the tree that relies on that context if you run into those issues. Again, performance auditing, but that's on you to figure out later on. The default is pretty much just good enough in order to re-render. So some ethos here, it assumes a goal in whatever tool that you're using, lower developer friction as much as possible, hide Webpack, hide the JavaScript to re-render styles, and just give you some hooks in order to do it. And you want to bundle all those tools up front. We use style components ahead of time, even when we weren't sure we needed it yet. And that'll hide complexity from you, but you might end up dealing with that complexity monster later if you run into problems and need to debug your tools to figure out what did it actually ship? I honestly don't know. So let's flip this to an opt-in mindset. I'm going to use Astro as the basis for my example, but using the PESPA frameworks that Kenzie Dodds mentioned. Remix is also an option for that. Next.js as well with server components. But when you start with the hello world in Astro, you'll notice your client.js kilobytes are still going to be 0. It's a server templating language. It gives you a basic pages router, but that's kind of it. The rest of it is something that you can bring to the party. So when we go to our sign-up form, for example, you can be as fancy as you want. In our example, maybe we just do a plain old post request on a form. We use Zod in order to validate those inputs client-side, so if you type a bad password or something, it doesn't have to do a round trip to the server to find out. But with that, you only need those 8 kilobytes for validation, but you don't really need anything else. You're not blocking the page in order to mount all of these crazy tools. You're just shipping in Zod when you need it. And then you get to the cart state that we talked about earlier. State management is its own can of worms, and you can also use session storage and server state. But if you wanted to use those client-side patterns, you might end up with a cart bubble. In Astro, you can opt in to using a client-side framework by just adding it from the CLI, Astro add React. You could add Vue, Preact, whatever you want. And you could maybe use nano stores in order to keep that state global and be able to use it in little islands of interactivity throughout your app. That's definitely an option. You can also just ship it to a server. The default in Astro is static builds. Static is always a great default, but you can opt into the complexity of managing a server by installing an adapter like Astro add node. That turns it into a node server now. And you could use session storage and middleware in order to keep track of how many items are in the cart. And then you could server render the whole thing, maybe not have React context in order to keep that up to date. Depends on how you want to do optimistic updates, etc. But all of the complexity is there for you to maintain if you want to. And when you get to the performance audit, well, we, obeyed the fact that HTML is a beautiful default that ships things like post requests in order to manage all of this. And we ended up with pretty fast time to interactive, option for server if we need it. And we understood the tools when we added them. We didn't read a blog post and start with the kitchen sink. We added things through a CLI that was easy for us to understand. So this takes me to some opt-in design principles that I think carry across frameworks. So the first, finding the lowest common denominator. The second, making complexity easy to add when intended by the developer. And the third is staying user first when you're designing these tools. Developer experience, of course, matters, but if it's not for the user's benefit, it might not be the best tool, especially if it is detrimental in some way. And we'll break down each of these. So the first around finding the lowest common denominator, you want to start with what the simplest use case for the tool will be. So the use case for the framework or the library that you're building. And for React, for example, the simplest use case is just rendering some text to the page, the hello world, the marketing splash page, whatever that is. So you want to make sure the default is optimized to make that experience really fast. Like just server render it, ship it to the user, and that's it. That would be the best default. And you don't want to do a car with opt-in wheels, of course. If your target audience is to build an application, you're assuming client-side state. Well, now something like Next.js, which ships a client-side router, that's actually a good default that you can build on top of. It really depends on what the target is going to be. I'm not going to, JavaScript shame anyone. The second one, you want to make complexity easy to add, but only when intended by the developer. So don't start with that kitchen sink and have them look up docs on if they need to remove it. And make them accessible, whatever you're trying to do. In Astro, we make the CLI as painless as possible. When you run Astro add React, it's going to set up your TS config. It's going to add React to your dependencies and ship it on the page for you when you use components. So that way, if you want to opt in, it's easy enough. You don't have to read docs to understand it, but you don't have to add it if you don't end up needing it. The last one, of course, stay user first in all of your tools. Lower the complexity baseline. It can often lead to better user experience. Complexity is in how complex the application is when it's shipped, not necessarily how complex your tools are. You only want to, ship the bundle that you yourself can understand and what the user needs to download. And I'm not just going to say time to interactive is what you need to optimize for. You might also care about re-render performance. You have a crazy interactive table with tan stack table, and you want to make sure it re-renders cells optimally. That's when you need to understand your tools and make sure maybe it's using another framework like Svelte or Solid in order to make that faster. Security is another metric to consider. All of these matter, but you need to frame it by what is going to be best for the consumer for this thing. And there's a whole world of examples. We've talked about Astro to start, but there are some others. Dino is an interesting one that Node 20 is also picking up. They bring opt-in to permissions. So instead of running a script in the raw and letting it do whatever it wants to your file system, you have flags that will opt in to allowing certain permissions. Like here, we're allowing access to our network to start a server, allowing file system access to read, and access to the environment to get our environment variables. Ideally, it wouldn't have to do this on its own. So that's when we get into our three principles here. How does it meet up? Well, the first one, the lowest common denominator is met. You might have a simple CLI tool that doesn't need any I/O. An example is like a text adventure game. Don't give it any permissions, it's just a text adventure. But if it needs to start a dev server, okay, now we're gonna give it access to serve things. And the additive complexity is there. We're using flags that are human readable, and they're granular enough that you can only opt in to the permissions that your app actually needs. And of course, it's user first. We're caring about security vulnerabilities here. If I download a script off of NPM, I want to make sure when I run it that I'm giving it the permissions that it expects. I've seen this in mobile as well, like allow access to your contacts, your documents folder. It's kind of spreading across all of the software we use. And it's honestly overdue for the Node scripts that we run blindly. So it's good to see that. And the next one I'm going to talk about, server components, everyone's favorite buzzword. It spreads across both React server components and Astro in how we do server templating. And those bring opt-in to a few things, the first one being client-side JS. So here I have a very simple example. We have our server template rendered here, and we see some fun front matter tags at the top. This is going to be your server logic, so you can write any JavaScript you want to go fetch some information, maybe as a server endpoint or as a static build, and you have access to those variables inside of your template. Here I'm just using it to import a component, but you can do whatever you want. And when you render stuff inside that server template, it's server rendered. So you're not going to be shipping, a client hydrated component. You're just going to have, JSX templating that you enjoy, but rendering out server HTML at the end of the day. And then when you want to add in some interactivity, first you can Astro add React to opt into that library, and then you can opt into also shipping client.js with that. The default in Astro is to use components like React to server render, but you can add a decorator like client visible to say only load the client.js when it's visible on the page. So if it's an image carousel below the fold, for example, you might say only load that image carousel library when I scroll to it. So that way the initial page load doesn't even have to care about React. And you can, of course, make that flexible to any directive you want. It's similar to use client in the React server components implementation as well. So again, through our principles, the lowest denominator is static homepage, 0 JavaScript. That's going to be the baseline. Additive complexity, you can choose your framework and you can choose to hydrate it when you need to. You can server render. You can also opt out of server rendering if you want. It's just a switch. And then user first, we are thinking about maximizing those core web vitals. We want to make that time to interactive the best because Astro is focused on content sites. So it's really about getting that text, those images, whatever, to you as quickly as we can. And then we also have opt-in to streaming. This is a fun one that we're going to do a live demo of in a moment. But you can see here I have some server rendered code, very similar to Astro. We're just going to render that out. And then our albums might be a long fetch call to an external API. And we realized through user testing, it made our page too slow to block on this. So we'll add suspense in order to show a spinner and stream in the information when it's available. And this, again, really approaching the similar things to Astro. Server render everything and avoid spinners if you can, because spinners have the consequence of layout shift, not the best default. Only have to care about skeletons and layout shift if it's actually something your app needs. So the default is going to be blocking, and then you can unblock with suspense. It's additive complexity because streaming is complicated. Make sure you only add suspense when you need it, and it's user first because of that layout shift I mentioned. So, okay, show of hands before the last example. Has this ever happened to you using React? Surprisingly, few hands. Usually everyone shoots up on a Zoom call, but okay. Yes, so this is the consequence of use effect. The default in React is, of course, re-render whenever a state variable changes. And if you don't realize the consequences of that, you could have it infinitely re-render, depending on how you hold it. So solid is a fun example here, bringing opt-in to reactivity, comparing the two. Here's a explainer on Solid if you haven't heard of it. Declarative JavaScript framework building fast UIs with max control over reactivity. It's from Fireship, the second best YouTuber on the platform, because I'm also on there. You know how it is. Hey, we gotta say it. So, like and subscribe. We have two examples here, and these are actually written with two different frameworks, though at first glance you can't really tell. So this is a product shopping cart, and we have some state that we want to maintain inside of this, and I have working demos of both of these buttons. So, I might be double miking. Let me stand awkwardly to the side. So, okay. So we have both the, it might actually work. So we have a few state variables at the top. We have our quantity, which is actually being tracked as state, and price, which is calculated based on that. And we want to make sure that one is going to react to a change in the other. So in React, when you declare variables and you have a state that changes, it's going to rerun the whole function top to bottom. So it will recalculate your price, but if you're not careful with either your use effects or caching in however you're doing those fetch calls, it could also refetch your shipping text in that same component. So the default is to recalculate everything. And in Solid, it's actually much different. You'll notice it will update the quantity, but it won't even update the price by default, let alone images and shipping text. That's because in Solid, the function isn't where reactivity lives, it's actually the state variables. So you can treat this more as a constructor that runs the first time that component pops into the page. So if you wanted to make one variable react to another, you can add a little execution function in front of it. This is like computed in Vue, for example, where you can tell Solid to re-execute this, and it's smart enough to track the dependencies inside of this, no dependency array necessary, and it sees quantity, knows to recalculate price whenever that changes. So now we get the exact reactivity we want, and we opt in when we hit problems of things literally not running. It's a little more nuanced in React, because yes, the default is everything worked how I expected, but if you didn't have loading states, you might not have noticed that you're fetching your product images every time until you do a performance audit and notice it later. So it's kind of nice to have an opt-in that's flipped around. And to explain that, it's reacting to where the state is used in the JSX. It doesn't even matter how you've structured your functions in Solid. While React, the unit of reactivity, is going to be the component function itself, so you need to be more mindful about how you use it there and opt out with use memo. And that pattern has taken hold really in a lot of frameworks outside of React. Svelte and Vue have a similar model. Svelte, they're literally using a $ operator in order to re-render one variable based on another. If you've used Microsoft Excel, that's kind of the parallel where you can use a $ for formulas in a spreadsheet, $ to calculate price, kind of what's going on here. It's a clever idea. And of course, you can use computed in Vue to achieve the same effect, but that's pretty much it. So now let me jump into a little demo here. I've got 4 minutes. I'm going to be very creative with this. But you can follow along as well if you want to. This is on my GitHub, bholmesdev/simplersc. This is a base React Server Components implementation that doesn't use Next.js. It is a learning tool for you to understand how server components work. I encourage you to play around with it yourself. I documented the code base if you want to implement it. But of course, don't use it for production. Kind of goes without saying. But I have that pulled up right here. I've called it Abramix. I built this with Dan Abramov. Had the privilege of doing that on stream. So the pun is like, it's an audio mixing site, Abramov, Abramix. I think it's funny. Hey, some people do. All right, I'll take it. So at the moment, we don't really have much going on in this server component. We just have the static h1 up here and a little bit of Tailwind to make it bold. And at the bottom, you see this dev panel that's included with Simple RSC. And this is going to show you what the stream is that's coming down the wire to render what's on the page. In this example, we're just streaming down the H1, and we're not sending anything else necessarily. There is React DOM in order to update and do routing if we ever wanted to add routing, but that's it, nothing else. And if we wanted to modify this to send more information to the client, we could just start adding new things. So if I go in here and I add in, my list of albums, which I'm going to fetch from a server, thank you Copilot, but I forgot my async, so it got a little bit creative there. This is going to do a database request. I've added in a little bit of buffer, but it's just fetching some JSON. It'll be a slow load in order to grab a list of albums. And then I'm going to render them onto the page with this component here. And this uses a few things. First off, it has a search box with some client-side JavaScript. Notice I opt in to use that client.js to let you search for albums. And we also have our list of albums rendered out from that server result. So a little bit of client state, a little bit of server fetching, and we should see all of that appear on the page as soon as I actually pass this little albums component here. So as soon as we do that, it waits a heartbeat in order to render everything on the server, and then you see all of your albums as well as client imports stream into Vue. So it is going to be blocking. All of these came in one large request, but chunked out in a few ways just to make the network a little bit snappier. And we can see the H1 comes in, it discovers our client import, and then it streams in all the HTML to render those albums. And the beautiful thing about that is we didn't have to make a database request to get the song list that we have to throw away or get something else. Kind of the thing you used GraphQL to solve earlier, but now we use it just with JSX. So here I've done my server fetch, and I've rendered exactly the HTML needed for the client. So what you're seeing here is exactly what is being sent. You don't have to wonder what that JSON hydration blob is. This is it. This is the amount of kilobytes. And we might decide, this experience is good, but through some user testing we found we want the skeleton and the layout to be there, but the album list can come a little bit later. It's coming from an external API that we can't optimize, so we're just going to put it behind a spinner. And that's where Suspense comes in. So this is server-side Suspense, actually, and this allows you to define your boundaries for using HTML streaming, or React streaming. It's kind of a proprietary thing. But it'll let you put in a loading state, italicized loading, that's fine. And it will show that loading state before all of this comes in. So I'll refresh this a couple times to show you what's going on. It passes in the heading, then it shows the loading state, and then it streams in the rest of the information later. And we can see that in the server stream down here. We're not shipping a client-side fetch that fetches back to the server and then sends more information to the client. There's not a ping-pong back and forth with React Query. It's just one server that is streaming in the information as soon as it's available. And React is smart enough to wire that in and put it where all of those loading bubbles are. It's out of order streaming, which is a very interesting concept. But you can see that down here, this server stream and this client import as well aren't going to come in until everything is ready to render. So that's my demo of server components. Opt into streaming, opt into client-side JavaScript, opt into sending database information by encoding it straight in the markup that you're writing. So thank you. I appreciate y'all for your time. If you enjoyed this talk and you also want to try some of the opt-in frameworks like Astro, encourage you to go join the Astro Discord, astro.build/chat. We have lovely docs and a support squad over there that you can link up with. You can also find me at bholmesdev everywhere, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever it's called these days. I'm over there. And I also have this little archive website if you want to look at it. And on my GitHub, you can find all of these slides, because of course I used Markdown to write them. We're all programmers here. Okay, thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
I don't know what the next promotion from CEO of Whiteboards is, but I think you're ready for it. That was awesome. All right, we're gonna get a nice mix-up of this next talk, all right? Bringing not one, two, double the fun, double the knowledge, double the everything. Our next two speakers, Gerald Miller and, oh, I told you I was gonna botch it even, Alessia Belisario. Okay.
Let's see if this is on. I think I hear myself. Yeah, I think I hear myself. There we go.
Gotta love all those connections you gotta do to get ready here, right? All right, let's see here.
Awesome.
All right, I've seen it. Let's do it. How's everybody doing? React Rally. It's awesome to be here. Yeah. So first of all, let's just thank all of the awesome speakers that have been up here so far, because this has just been an amazing event so far. So let's give it up for everybody, huh?
Yep. And a big thanks to the organizers. So we'll be speaking to you about React Suspense. Not an intentional kind of transition with Ben just talking about suspense up here, but it definitely leads in nicely. And we'll be talking about some of the superpowers, some of the capabilities that are possible if you combine React Suspense with GraphQL.
Yeah, so first, let's introduce ourselves. So I'm Gerald Miller. I am a principal software engineer at Apollo, working as a core maintainer on Apollo Client.
And my name is Alessia Belisario. I'm a staff software engineer also at Apollo, also working on Apollo Client. And for those who may not be familiar, Apollo Client is a library that allows you to fetch data from your favorite GraphQL APIs, cache it in the browser, minimize network requests, and build performant apps.
Yeah, awesome. So again, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be looking at today. So we're going to be talking about building apps with React Suspense and GraphQL using Apollo Client. And we're going to explore how we can combine these technologies and using their APIs to build just really great user experiences.
Yeah, so we're going to start with what this talk will be about. So first, we'll just cover some general concepts to introduce or reintroduce React Suspense to y'all. We'll be focusing on client-rendered apps today, and then we're going to go into a live coding section where we'll do a demo of a Spotify clone that we've built to show off Apollo Client's new data fetching hooks with suspense support that we released just last week in Apollo Client version 3.8.
And also importantly, let's talk about what we're not going to talk about today. React Server Components. Thank you, Ben, for giving us that demo, because we unfortunately don't have enough time to talk about that. But for those of you that do use Apollo Client, we did release an experimental package for Next.js that does handle some of the React Server Components integration with Apollo. So shout out to our co-maintainer, Lens, who's put a lot of time and effort into getting this package up and running for you. Also, we're not going to be talking about how to implement suspense support in a data fetching library, because trust us, it's actually a little more complicated than meets the eye.
Okay, so now we're just going to go back in time for a minute to 2018. We're going to be the second presenters today to feature an Andrew Clark talk. Shout out to Tejas' talk earlier. So Andrew Clark, currently at Vercel, React core team member. And I really like this tweet because, for one thing, I think it's useful to go back to this era in web development. Only 5 years ago, January 2018, this is more than a month before Dan Abramov will deliver his JSConf Iceland talk Beyond React 16, which introduced some of the first public demos of suspense features. And I really liked this, the way that Andrew Clark kind of phrased this when he wrote, "One reason iOS feels so much nicer than the web, fewer unnecessary loading states." And in the video here, we see what happens when you tap in Options in the Settings app. Instead of transitioning immediately and showing a flash of a spinner, the operating system just pauses for a moment to prepare the view, and then it slides over really naturally and fluidly. And it's that imperceptible pause while the view's being prepared that makes this such a nice experience. And so I think this is a good reminder of, like, just even 5 years ago, the tools that we were sort of lacking as web developers to build an experience this fluid as the one we see here on iOS.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about this in the context of Apollo. So for those of you that have used Apollo, you're used to building your apps with our useQuery hook, which is a hook that lets you fetch some data. It exports a loading Boolean, which you presumably use to show some loading UI. But we're going to take a look at a little bit of a simplistic example here that uses useQuery to kind of get an idea of how apps are built today.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with useQuery or an equivalent hook, this is a simple example. We have an app that renders a button. When you click the button, we're rendering our albums component here, which is taking our get albums query that you see at the top of the file, which is fetching a list of albums. And for each album, we're getting their ID, the year that they were put out, and the title. And then the hook returns the data, a property there, and also a loading Boolean. So we can use that loading Boolean to show our fallback UI, our loading spinner. But once we have our data, we can just map over the albums and render the list there. So this is, how many of us have been building apps for a long time, right?
So we're going to take a look at a similar example, but this one actually uses Suspense to load the same thing. Now this one isn't integrated with the Apollo client. It's actually taken straight out of the React documentation. But let's take a look at this a little bit more in depth here. So you can see that we've got a little bit different structure in our code here. One is that we've got this suspense boundary around this albums component. The suspense boundary, when I say that, is just that suspense component you see around albums there. It takes a single prop called fallback, which is the loading UI that you're going to show while the albums component is suspended. So if we take a look at the video here, you're going to see that the UX is more or less the same as we last saw. The timeout is maybe just a little bit different, but more or less it's the same. So, but our code is structured different. So let's actually take a little bit closer look at that albums component there to kind of explore some of the pieces at play here. And that's actually a lot more code than I expected to see for such a, what we would consider a simple component. So let's actually break down each of these just a little more in depth and take a look at them. So here we have that albums component, and there's a couple things to note here. One is this call to this fetch data function, which presumably goes and executes a network request at some endpoint, and then its return value is passed to this use function. So what is this use function? You might ask. It's actually a new hook that's going to be released in some future stable version of React, but currently not quite yet available. It's available in an experimental version, I believe the Canary series that were just announced not too long ago. Also, an opinionated framework such as Next.js has this available to use. But let's actually take a look at the implementation of use in this example, again, straight from the React docs.
Yeah, and here we see, still in our albums.js file, the inlined implementation of use. So again, if you're using a framework like Next.js that's using an experimental build of React under the hood, this is available. But the comment here tells us that This implementation was inlined in this file as a workaround for a bug to get the demo running. Yeah, we've all been there. Earlier we did tell you, we promised we wouldn't go into all the details of implementing suspense support for a data fetching library, but we're making an exception here. Because this is a demo from the React docs, and it's, I think, useful to understand what use is doing here under the hood. And you'll see that line that is underlined in that condition that says if promise.status equals pending, throw promise. This is really the core mechanism of suspense here. If we have an in-flight network request, then our use hook or our data fetching hook, as we'll show you now, is going to throw that promise under the hood. That's going to trigger the suspense boundary to show that loading fallback. And so this is not so different from how we're doing it in Apollo Client. We're using the exact same mechanism, as Gerald will show you.
Yeah, so and just to prove to you, this is actually taken straight out of the Apollo client code base. In fact, if you were to visit that link at the bottom, you'd see pretty much exactly this. So it's our, I guess you could call it a polyfill for use at this point, but something to notice here is that it looks pretty similar to what you just saw, minus the fact that we've got this wrap promise with state, which takes care of some of the things you saw in that last slide. But also, too, if you do happen to be using a version of React that does support that use hook, then we'll use that instead. We'll prefer that. Otherwise, we'll use our custom polyfill use.
And you might be wondering, why is Apollo Client able to, only last week and now in 2023, add support for data fetching with suspense? And it's a bit of a longer, more complicated answer, but I think the short answer is related to this line in the React docs here. So this line that says, the requirements for implementing a suspense-enabled data source are unstable and undocumented. And I think we all know those are scary words for software engineers.
So thankfully, we've been working with the React core team and other open source maintainers over the course of the last 10 months or so to really kind of help us move this forward. So first of all, we want to thank them for all of their help to help us get to where we are today. And also for all of you that helped us try out our pre-release versions and give us comments and feedback on some of that. Also, Andrew Clark told us it was okay, so we did it.
Yeah. And one final note before we jump into the live coding. So we are going to be talking a lot about loading states, but if your takeaway, we hope that your takeaway is not that suspense is just a different way to show a loading fallback, because I think that would miss the value prop of suspense entirely. It's about a lot more than just showing loading fallbacks. It's really about the tools that we can use as developers to orchestrate and coordinate these transitions and state updates in our applications so that we can hopefully achieve that North Star of that really smooth transition that we saw in iOS to just ship really, really solid user experiences and avoid those flashes of spinners or inconsistent updates across our apps.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how do we take advantage of this for those of you that use Apollo Client? So as of last week, we introduced a new hook in our 3.8 release called Use Suspense Query that you can use to start executing your queries and suspending your components to get this nice UX. But what is Use Suspense Query? Essentially, it's a suspenseful use query that fetches some data that's integrated with the React 18 suspense, including React 18 transitions, which we'll touch on a little bit later here. So for the majority of the rest of our talk here, we're going to be talking about this in the context of a Spotify clone that we built to really kind of test out some of these suspense ideas and getting an idea of how this works and how we can convert these use query components over to suspense-enabled components. A couple things to point out here. So we've got these various sections in our application here that are responsible for loading some data in the app. So each of these colored sections, the colors aren't super important. They're really just a way to distinguish the various areas in this app. But again, each of these colored areas represent a component that fetches some data using use query. But what might this look like today using useQuery in terms of the loading UX, loading this page? So let's take a look at this.
Yeah, so here you can see the 4 areas. The first to pop in was the user menu in the top right, and then the sidebar, the play bar, the route component. So these 4 components are fetching data with useQuery, and again, that highlighting effect that we've overlaid is just to make it super obvious when a component is in a loading state. So it's kind of noisy visually. Different components are rendering, and at different times we have this kind of popcorn effect. Not the best loading UX, I would say, to start with. So let's try to improve this.
Yeah, so let's write some code together. We're actually going to work on this app, and we are going to, gotta love conference Wi-Fi, starting out with the oops page. I'm actually going to play some stuff so we don't just see a blank play bar there at the bottom, but let's go and refresh. And again, just to show, this is our app running with those loading states in mind here. So let's go and make it full screen. We're first going to start and convert this user menu component. That's that top right corner, and if you're paying attention to the colors, that's that green box you see. And we're going to go ahead and convert this to use Suspense query. Something I also want to point out before we get too far, you'll notice in my query down here, I've got this @synthetics, which is a directive that just allows us to better control the timing of some of these fields, just so we can really explore these ideas a lot more in depth. So with that, let's get started converting this. I'm going to come up here to my useQuery import from Apollo client, and I'm going to just replace this with use Suspense query. Let's go ahead and update the usage here. And is it cut off for everybody else here? Okay, apparently it is. Hang on, let me make sure we can see it all. There we go. Okay, much better. So one of the things you can see just with that change there is that we get a complaint from TypeScript here, which is that loading Boolean that we're used to using with useQuery is actually not a property that's exported anymore. So again, because of the mechanisms of suspense, we don't actually need this. To work with the suspense, we're just going to come in here and actually delete that. And something else I want to point out here that's kind of interesting, if you take a look at the type of this data property, it's actually our query type. There's no undefined anymore. So you can treat this like synchronous code, which is really, really cool. But with that change, let's actually see what that did with our application. So I'm going to come over here and let's refresh it.
Okay, so we saw a black screen at first, and that was the main difference that we saw. And that just came from introducing that use suspense query call without a suspense boundary. So I'll ask you to pay attention in the top right corner, and Joe, refresh one more time.
Absolutely.
So we can see that the first time it loads is after our user menu has received data. And so yeah, we definitely want to introduce a suspense boundary here so we can show a fallback instead of that blank screen at first. So let's go ahead and do that.
All right, so let's go back to our code. And here's our layout component. So this should look familiar. Those key areas that we talked about earlier, the sidebar, the user menu, our playlist route, that route component there, along with our play bar, are the areas responsible for loading. But we're going to start with a user menu here. So to convert and add a suspense boundary, I'm going to import suspense from React. And then we're just going to wrap that here. And then we also want to show a fallback. So I'm going to use the user menu's loading state here to do so. So let's go and see with just that one change here what that did to our application.
Okay, and we saw the green box highlighting, again, the fact that now we are showing a loading state for the user menu. We're back to square one. Same popcorn effect. We haven't really fixed the UX yet, but now one of our components is rendering its fallback UI with suspense instead of rendering it by itself via what it's returning. So let's add suspense boundaries around the other 3 components.
That sounds great. So we'll just go ahead and start with the sidebar here. Again, we're going to replace the import to use query with use suspense query. Let's update my usage here. I don't need the loading Boolean anymore, or need that conditional for the loading state. Let's do the same thing for the play bar. Use suspense query. Update this. Hopefully you're starting to see a pattern here. And something to point out with this is that when we were designing use suspense query, we wanted it to feel really familiar to use query. So it has a very, very, very similar API. And for the most part, if you're using it in this way, it can be a replacement as simple as this. But let's go and do the last one here, our playlist route. Awesome. And just like we did with the user menu, we're also going to add suspense boundaries around each one of these, just because we don't want to see that blank screen again. So I'm just going to start a little copy pasta, and let's make sure we're using the right loading states for each one of these. So we want the route loading state here and the play bar loading state here. Cool. All right, and with that, let's go refresh and see what happens.
Let's see what we have. Okay, so same UX. We still haven't fixed anything yet. Pretty anticlimactic, but we're going to change some stuff very soon, okay? I think the important thing to note here is that like suspense itself is not just a magic wand that you can wave. So by having 4 distinct suspense boundaries around our 4 components that are each showing a fallback here, we have not changed the user experience at all, right? We've just changed the mechanism we're using to show that loading fallback. But suspense now gives us this superpower because the whole point of suspense is that we now have this composable way of changing the way those transitions happen and the way that the user experience, ultimately feels. So let's do something drastic. Let's put one suspense boundary around our whole application and get rid of all these more granular boundaries around each individual component.
Yeah, sounds great. So again, a little copy pasta here. I'm going to wrap around the whole thing. I'll make sure we're using the right loading state here. And I'm just going to go through and delete these individual suspense boundaries for each one of these here. Let's go ahead and save that. And now we're going to start to see some of the power of suspense and what it gives us here. So let's go ahead and refresh and see what that change did.
Much better. Just a single update to the screen. Gerald, why don't we turn off the artificial highlighting feature that we built into this demo here so we can really bask in the work that we've just done. We can sort of go home for the day, say like, all right, we fixed the loading UX. Yeah, let's call it a day. But maybe we're actually tired of listening to the Jaws theme at React Rally. We've had enough musical suspense. So let's go to a different playlist and see what happens, Gerald.
Yeah, sounds great. My daughter would be psyched if all of us together were to listen to her playlist. So we're going to navigate to that. And my loading state for the entire application just displayed again here. So.
Yeah, so we fixed the initial loading experience, but now when we change routes, our route component is fetching some new data with that use suspense query hook, which is throwing a promise under the hood when it does that network request. And so because we just have a single suspense boundary around the whole app, we lose our application shell state, that persistent UI that we want to keep on the screen, and just all of our components are resuspending. So yeah, that's definitely something that we need to fix. So let's add a second suspense boundary around our route component so that we can avoid losing our application state.
Awesome. So yeah, again, like we did before, let's just re-enable that route component there, reload our page, and let's see what happens. So now when we navigate back to the React Rally playlist, much better.
Yeah, so we fixed that navigation problem, but you hopefully noticed, and Gerald, if you can refresh again, just so we can see that we have 2 updates to the screen now on initial load. So we have that first update when the application shell unsuspends, and now that there's a second suspense boundary around our route component, we have a second update. So we've introduced a trade-off here, right? We have a little bit more happening visually on first load, but it's the right trade-off for our app because we definitely want that application shell sticking around as users click around our app. Yeah, so I think it's the right trade-off.
Absolutely. But you might ask, like, what happens if that playlist route actually loads a little bit faster than our application shell? So let's go explore what that looks like here. So here in the playlist, again, like I mentioned earlier, we have those synthetic timeouts in some of our fields. I'm just going to delete the one here for the playlist that's slowing that one down. And let's go and refresh the page and see now what that looks like.
Okay, so we're back to a single update. And this is also the power of Suspense here, because we see that if our inner route component is ready at the same time as the outer components in our app, Suspense is going to make sure that those updates are coordinated in the way they're presented to the user. So we're never going to see the route component first. We're never going to see 2 updates within a few hundred milliseconds in a super janky way. React and Suspense is able to orchestrate that so that now in the best case scenario we have 1 update to the screen, and in the worst case scenario we have 2. So again, these trade-offs are really a part of deciding where to place your Suspense boundaries in your app.
Yeah. So now, of course, in a real application, you're never going to be working with synthetic timeouts like this. It'd be a horrible user experience to ship that to your users. So we're gonna turn this off for each of these components. Let's go to play bar here. Same kind of thing. I'm just going to delete that directive here. Just so we can now see that that shell is loading much, much faster, and this is typically what we'd expect. But something to pay attention to, again, like we're talking about that trade-off with the 2 updates to the screen. If I refresh, that playlist route is still a little bit too, loading a little bit too long for my comfort. So it wouldn't be a GraphQL talk without looking at GraphQL to see how GraphQL might be able to help us here. So there's some exciting new developments in the GraphQL specification. It's not quite in the spec yet, but still being iterated on. There's a new directive being introduced called defer, which allows you to mark a field or a part of your query subtree basically as a deferred field. So it basically just says, hey, give me whatever data you can quickly up front. I'm okay waiting for this other data. Go and stream it into me a little bit later. So let's go and see what we can do using defer to maybe make this user experience a little bit better. Because really, I'm okay waiting for those tracks to load. I want to see the playlist details as quickly as I can. So I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to just add this defer directive. And defer, you can see I'm using an inline fragment here. Presumably, we've done some work to identify that, hey, track component is the thing that's taking a long time to load here, and that's really what's slowing this thing down. No surprise to the keen eye. We got another synthetic timeout there, but just with that update, let's go and see what this does to our application here. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh.
Yep, and here we can see that we got our playlist details rendered to the screen at the same time as our application shell. So we're able to just read some information about the playlist a lot more quickly. And by deferring those tracks, we've introduced a new loading fallback just for the tracks in our playlist. And so we have another loading state here, another trade-off that we're having to make decisions about. So here we have 2 updates to the screen, but what happens if our playlist details are a little bit slower, for any of a number of reasons, right? Here
Yeah.
we'll use our trusty synthetics directive to just see what this feels like. Okay, and now we're up to 3 updates to the screen, so that if our API call to grab the details is just a little bit slow enough that React can't batch that update with the application shell when it unsuspends. In the worst case now, we're going to have 3 updates to the screen. If our playlist details are super fast, then React will make sure that that's only 2 updates. So by introducing another loading state, we can show more things to the user earlier. We can have the page be interactive and providing more value earlier. But again, with more updates, it's more visual noise, just another thing to think about here. So yeah, that looks great. But what if we want to load in some more tracks?
Yeah, it's a great idea. Before I do that, I'm going to just remove these synthetics directives. We don't care about them anymore. We don't want to slow this down, especially as we load more tracks. Who wants to wait 2 seconds to see more of my tracks here? So let's go and scroll down, because it wouldn't be a playlist unless I could listen to something at the bottom here. And as I scroll, well, that's not great. We just got rid of our tracks list, and now we're seeing our loading fallback again.
Yeah, so something that we're definitely going to want to go in and fix, and just to give you a sense of why we're seeing the loading fallback again here. It's because in Apollo Client, our use suspense query hook provides a fetch more function and also refetch to either refetch your data or to do pagination with fetch more. And again, with that underlying network request, that's going to tell React that we need to resuspend the component because there's a network request happening. But luckily, React gives us some APIs for this, primarily start transition. So we're going to pull that in now and mark this call to fetch more as a transition. And this just tells React that we want to keep our existing UI on the screen as our component is preparing to update.
So to do so, we're just going to pull in the start transition function from React. And I'm going to come down here. Again, you saw this highlighted just a moment ago, that handle load more function here is really responsible for getting the next page of data, in this case, more tracks as I scroll down. I'm going to wrap that in this call to start transition. This is where we can start to see the power of concurrent React and where we're going to start seeing it. Because this doesn't actually prevent, like fetch more is not prevented from suspending. It just does it in the background, which is really cool. So again, marking this as a transition by wrapping fetch more with start transition. Let's go and see what we've got here. So let's go ahead and scroll down. And that's exactly what we want there.
Yeah, much better. So we're 2 minutes over time, but that is the end of our demo. So what have we seen here today? We have started with an application using use query hooks that do not have suspense support, but we added suspense support with use suspense query. We then added our suspense boundaries and saw how moving them around can fundamentally change the user experience. We then added the defer directive to deprioritize the tracks on our playlist page and have them load in later, adding another loading fallback. And then we implemented infinite scroll with fetch more, and we learned a bit about transitions in React and how we can tell React to keep our UI on the screen while it's preparing what to show next. Yeah, so thanks for going along on that live coding journey with us. And a round of applause for Gerald, because that was awesome. Yeah.
Thank you. So unfortunately, we don't have unlimited time. There is more to the suspense story that we released in Apollo Client 3.8 that we didn't get to touch on today. So one of these is avoiding request waterfalls with use background query. So this is a hook that will start fetching and return a query ref, but doesn't actually suspend itself. You can use another new hook called use read query that's going to be responsible for reading the data and suspending if it's not ready yet. So highly encourage you to go check out our documentation if you want to learn more about those two hooks.
And then looking to the future, we're already planning our next minor release with 3.9. We're very excited to work on a suspenseful version of use fragment. For those who love GraphQL, we love fragments and we want to make it part of our suspense story. And then also a lazy version of use background query. So you can get a function that you can call to start preloading data on some user interaction, like on click or on hover. So yeah, we're really excited about the future of Suspense and Apollo Client.
Yeah. So if you liked what you saw here today, this is actually a repo that you can go run yourself, clone, and interact with. So you can find it here on our Apollo GraphQL org under the Spotify Showcase repo. We're going to use this as a learning tool, a teaching tool. Us as Apollo Client maintainers, we want to show off some best practices with Apollo Client and maybe some techniques that maybe you haven't seen before. Also, too, we want to use this as a tool for stress testing our own APIs. So as we build these new features and ideas, this gives us an area for us to really kind of iterate and figure out, because we think that figuring out how to build the best APIs means actually empathizing with our users and using it like we would a real user. So we're pretty excited about this. But with that, thanks for having us up here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
What about that morning lineup that we just had? That was something else. That was something else. Okay. I know what you're actually all stoked for. There's more board game raffle winners, right? I mean, that's why we're here, right? No, but we're going to do it anyway. So before lunch, reminder, right? Lunch, you've got a 2-hour break for time, built in, hallway track, get to know other people, get to have some good conversations, talk to the speakers. We've seen a lot of them. I hope you've got questions for them. So utilize that time to its fullest. Okay, let's jump into it. Ticket 1, I've got I believe, Christian Chavar? Yeah, there we go. First one. The board games are at that back table down there. Go ahead and pick your choice. All right, how about Brian Milana? Yeah, there we go. Let's do a few more. Got a lot of board games that were played last night. Oh, our very own speaker from yesterday, Chevet. I don't know if he's in the room. I hope he is. All right. Where's my good friend? I've been seeing him in the front row, I thought, the past couple days. Let's see, Bob Zarol. Hey, here we are. Okay, and we're going to read one more. Maybe we'll read one more. Yes. Brescian. Yeah. I've only said your name like 20 times yesterday. You would think I would have it down, but clearly names are not my forte, so I don't know why they gave me the mic. Omni in the back at the sponsor table, they've also got a bunch of Krispy Kreme donuts. If that's your thing, get there while they last. They probably won't last. Other than that, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in 2 hours. All right, how was lunch today? Hey, that's better. Oh, that's better. 3 people liked lunch today. That's way better than yesterday. That's 3 times. All right. So, as we're trickling in, getting started, got one more last tip for you guys. Amazing speakers all day long, right? The awesome thing in the world we live, the connected world we live in, social media, all that, pretty much every single speaker has a Twitter account or a blog or a website. I encourage you follow them. If you want to know when they're speaking at another conference or when they're publishing courses or what they're up to, best way to keep tabs on them. That's how I do it. So pro tip, if you don't use Twitter, I actually don't use Twitter for like any personal reasons except for it's like just tech, just software. And it's a nice way to keep up, see what's new. So before we get into the talks, let's do a handful of giveaways. Okay, we'll start with some board games. Let's get 2 more of those out of the way. So, is Danielle Frizz around? No. Going once, going twice, gone. How about Hyana K? Yeah? There we go. Back table. Go ahead and pick out your game. Okay, and what about Braden Sidoti? No. Oh, come on, we got to get one. Garrett Rabian? Oh, I need someone with some good luck. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There's our 2. Okay. Fun's not done yet, right? So NX, I said narwhal earlier, and I got beat up by Carol. All right. But we've got our 2 winners for the Keychron keyboards. So Laura Felix and Zohaib Duca. So you've won. Go ahead and meet the fine folks here on the side from NX. They're going to hook you up with some nice gear. Okay? All right. We're all here. We're all ready. Let's get into our next talk. Great privilege. This is actually a local. I think this is our only local speaker at React Rally this year. So, amazing speaker, working at Netflix, none other than John Jensen.
Stevie Wonder, right? All right. Cool. Glad to be here. I've attended React Rally a couple times, and this is the first time speaking here, so great privilege. A lot of great speakers, and just having a great time. I want to talk a little bit about the web platform. So I'm going to warn you guys up front. I like puns. I think Ben might enjoy this. The rest of you are going to roll your eyes and groan a little bit. But yeah, so the platform. A lot of people say, use the platform, just use the platform. Well, what is the platform? Let's find out. And how can we get involved with the web platform? So if we think about code, it's sort of on a spectrum here, right? We've got our apps and things like that on this side that we're building, and we use different libraries and frameworks. And as UI developers, we're using the web platform either directly or indirectly. So there's like MDN, there's browsers and the features they give us. There's these specifications that people write in ivory towers. But it's just there. And I don't know about you all, but I think about it it's just the way the world is. I got to work with this stuff. I got to work around it sometimes. There's smart people doing that stuff on that side, but whatever, it is what it is, and I'm going to stay over here in my comfy little space. And if we ever feel like venturing out, from that side to the other, it might feel a little intimidating, right? So if we draw a graph, your graph might be a little different, but this is how I've thought about it in the past. It's really comfortable down on the bottom left. We've got our code, we know what's happening. Maybe I'll do a little PR, open a bug report on a library that I use, but that's a big mountain. I don't know if I'm gonna climb that thing. And so I wanna tell you all about an experience I had this last year, moving a little more to the left. So this all started last October. I was at a local meetup for Remix. After the speakers were done, we were sitting around and talking, and I showed some people a demo app that I'd built. So at Netflix, I built some tooling so that UI teams could experiment with Remix, and just some demo apps so you could see like how would it work using the Netflix component library, running on our infrastructure, all that stuff. So as far as apps go, it's pretty simple. But Remix gives you some really good stuff like progressive enhancement. It makes optimistic UIs really easy to do. And I'm demoing it, and the thing was broken. And it's really frustrating and embarrassing when that happens, especially when you know it works. And I demoed it before. So to explain the app, in Remix, typically all mutations are modeled with forms. And so each row, each to-do item is a form. And on the left side, you've got this like checkbox thing, which is actually a submit button. And on the right-hand side, you give out a trash can, and that's also a submit button. And the reason why is because it's all forms and inputs and buttons and things like that. And so if you look at the bottom of my markup, I've got some hidden inputs that have the current state of the form, the things I normally want to preserve when I'm just updating normally. And so, for example, you'll see I have a method input, and that's like the HTTP method, but forms only let you do get and post, and so I have more things happening here. And you can see just above that, if you hit the delete button, it has a name and a value, and that will override to say I want to actually delete. And that will preempt what I have in the input below. Further up, you see I have my completed button. If I hit that, that will set a different value for completed, and that will override what I have below. And this worked before, and it stopped working. And 9 times out of 10, when I have a bug, it's because I caused it, you know. And this is one of those cases where I was still sort of to blame, but it was because I didn't review things closely enough. So a week prior, I had upgraded my mono repo to use the latest version of Remix. And there was a regression there. And what ended up happening is when you would go to use this thing, none of those buttons worked. They just saved the current state of the form. But if you turned off JavaScript, they worked just fine because the browser was doing the right thing and Remix was doing the wrong thing. And so at this point, you know, a normal person would be like, okay, that's annoying. I'm going to tweak my form, get on with my day. I am not a normal person, as you're going to find out over the next little bit here. And you know, you might say, well, John, why do you care so much? Just like tweak your form. And like, I don't know. I mind. You know, the dude minds. This will not stand. You know, this regression will not stand, man. And I was not going to let that slide. And so instead of changing my form, I said, I'm going to actually write a bunch of code so I don't have to change my form, right? So I made this button component that would trick Remix into doing the right thing. And so what it does is it injects a little hidden input. Well, it toggles a hidden input that has the right values. Because Remix was using form data to serialize the form. And that's built into browsers. You give it a form, it takes the data, and off you go. And it works like a regular form submission. But it didn't have a way to specify the submit button. And so what Remix did, best effort, was just append the submit button name and value at the end. But this way I was able to trick it into getting it in the right spot in the form data set. But you know, I was thinking about like libraries and how to get involved, and thinking back to that spectrum we have, I dabble in open source a little bit. I thought I'd like to give back. I'll file that issue, right? And maybe help out a little bit. And so just some thoughts, you know, my experiences on working in open source, whether it's React Router, you know, React Jest, anything like that. Most things are on GitHub, right? So if you're interested in getting involved in open source, the process is going to feel pretty similar no matter where you go. So first of all, look for a contributing document, and that's going to give you some really good tips on how you can get involved, you know, whether that's like filing bugs or docs, fixing something, implementing a feature. And just as critical, pretty much every repo is also going to have a code of conduct. And so make sure to read that, because we want to make sure that everyone feels like they belong and everybody has a space. And with that in mind, we can all feel empowered to go into these spaces that maybe are a little unfamiliar, but we'll have the tools we need to actually contribute and make cool things happen. So I went ahead and filed a bug. I read a bit of the HTML spec, and I think before this, I'd spent maybe a minute of my entire life reading the HTML spec, but I dug into the form data set construction, how does that work, and got some good info and kind of put that on the ticket. And then I thought, you know, maybe I can fix this bug. It's a minor bug. How hard could it be, right? Like, it's small. It ended up being not so small, and I came up with 2 ideas. Neither of them were very good. They're ideas, but let's look at them. So the first idea I had was I took the text of the spec and pasted it into VS Code as far as how do you construct the form data set, commented that out because it actually gives you really good instructions of how to implement this thing. It ended up being like 300 and some lines of code and tests, so that's kind of a lot to do something the browser can actually just do. The missing piece was it didn't do the submit button. The other idea I had was I could do the janky thing that I did in my app and just like, let's get that into Remix. I'm sure they'll love that. And I've got like a little hidden input stuff here. And yeah, less code. I groaned a little bit writing this. You might groan looking at it, but I actually feel a little better now. 4 months ago, we're at a React conference here. The React team actually added this same stuff to React. So with their new form action stuff, they're also doing some hidden input shenanigans to get the submit button value. So I don't feel altogether terrible about that. But anyway, as I researched, I saw there had been a discussion years ago by really smart browser people about this kind of limitation, right? The browser knows how to submit a form, and the form data thing, knows how to construct itself based on a form. You just need a way to specify the submitter. I mean, it would be good to have. But that discussion never really went anywhere. And so I kind of looked at that and said, that's cool. When I'm like 80 years old, maybe we can use that. That'd be really cool. But I kind of put it on the back burner and didn't think too much about it. Now, my PR sort of languished for a bit because Remix was doing some work. So Ryan, bless his heart, they're doing good stuff. They're making React Router better by bringing these Remix features in, but it meant that the place I was changing the code, I would have to do it in React Router when this was done. And that was a several-month process. So I kind of just left it alone for a little while, and the new year rolled around, and they had the features I needed now in React Router to do the PRs in the right place. So I ported my 2 janky PRs over, and then I ran into a new problem. React Router does all of its testing with Jest and JS DOM, and JS DOM was missing a bunch of key things I needed. And this thing keeps snowballing, and I'm like thinking, I gotta like bring this back. Can I fix this somehow? But I did realize this is another library. I can maybe contribute to it, and let's go learn about JS DOM. So JS DOM, if you're not familiar, it's this really cool library. It's used by Jest and other things. Primarily authored and maintained by Dominic. Now, I don't know if this is a happy accident, if this is like I'm the only one who's thought of this, but in my mind, he is JS DOM. Like he's a JavaScript genius, and now you can all think of him as JS DOM as well. So I went ahead and opened a couple PRs on JS DOM, the repo, and JS DOM, the person, was super helpful in reviewing these and getting them merged very quickly. Of all my experiences in open source, this is one of the most positive, just with how responsive and helpful and patient he was with a lot of kind of my questions and misunderstandings and things like that. So that was really cool. So we're getting closer. And I learned a few other things with JS DOM. So JS DOM is a really good reference implementation of a browser. And coming from JavaScript land, this is great for me because it's very approachable. It follows the same specifications, it tests the same way that browsers do, and it also defines its interfaces using the same language. So you think about anything you use in a browser that has a certain method signature. There's a language to describe that, and that's used to generate the JavaScript bindings. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. And so then this gave me a little more confidence to say, maybe I could, in some fashion, help this form data thing along, because honestly, that would be much better than any of my janky stuff I'm doing in React Router. And so let's jump all the way to the top right of the graph and kind of learn a little bit there. It's a scary place, but we'll do this together. Okay, there's a few groups to be aware of. The World Wide Web Consortium, they've been around since the time of dinosaurs. They've been, building all these specifications for the things that we use, the tools we use day in, day out. And if you want to get involved, check out this link. There's a bunch of really good stuff you can do as an individual. They also have GitHub repos. So if you're interested in commenting on a spec, a draft that's coming along, or anything like that, you can do that. You can even contribute to different drafts and specs and things like that. Next group, the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group. I don't know how you actually pronounce it, the WHATWG maybe, I don't know, but yes. Another group, this one is interesting because it's a newer group. It's maybe, I mean, this is my own colored take on it. It's, I don't know, it's a more pragmatic group where it's driven primarily by the browser vendors, and it's maybe a little more in tune with what web developers need. And I know there's a lot of history and drama there, so I don't want to get into that too much. But if you think about a lot of the core things that we use as web developers, they're managed by work streams by this group. And so you can check out the FAQ, learn how to get involved there. Yet again, they're on GitHub. I feel like there's a pattern here. There's another repo that's interesting too. It's the web platform tests. So I talked about that a minute ago. All of the browsers use the same test suite. JS DOM uses the same test suite. Basically, any web feature you can think of has a whole bunch of tests in this repo. And all of these tests are automatically pulled and pushed between the different implementations. So if you make a change in Chromium and add some tests there, that's going to work its way over to this repo, which will then go to WebKit and to Gecko, which is really cool. And it's a really, really good example of this collaboration between the different groups. Okay, so getting back to that discussion, well, I looked at it a little more closely, and it turns out it's not just a discussion. This is a GitHub issue on the XHR repo on the WhatWG organization. And I looked a little closer, and sure enough, the spec for XHR is right there on this repo. It's a document. And I looked at the pull request tab, and there's a pull request there someone had done, and there's a bunch of issues. And this is beginning to feel more and more familiar to me. So, I thought, could I create a PR? I don't know, let's try it. What's the worst that can happen? I'll get shot down, or they'll give me some suggestions. But going through their guidelines of how do you make a change to a spec, I created a PR that updated the spec. So there's a few things that you have to do when you're working with specifications. The first thing is there's the web IDL. So this is like the language of the thing you're working with that can be consumed by machines when Chromium is being built. And then the second thing is the actual prose that describes how this works. So a browser implementer can then say, okay, I'm going to go add this feature to Gecko, or that a web developer could look at it and say, okay, I understand how this thing will work, and it'll work the same way in every browser. Additionally, if you want to open a PR on a specification, you also need to add tests. And so a big part of that is adding web platform tests. So I created a PR for the web platform test for the form data submitter. It's a bespoke framework they use, but again, it's very similar, familiar to other things we've used. You have different tests, you have setup, you have different assertions, and that's about it. I opened the PR. I didn't really know what was going to happen. I was like, I'm sure, someday they'll respond. There might be some back and forth, and I'll have to fix a whole lot of things. That was one evening. I went to bed. The next morning, I checked my inbox, and I was blown away because Anna Van Kesteren, the editor of the specification, had responded affirmatively and then pinged all the implementers. And I was like, holy crap, this is really cool. I just felt like I'm like that dog typing on the keyboard, like I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going by their guidelines, and let's just see what happens. And that was a lot of fun. But the thing that I didn't fully understand until this point is the relationship with browsers, right? The thing is, they're up here at the top of this graph. They probably should be really the very top, especially when you're thinking about HTML or the DOM or things like that, because the browsers drive the specifications, not the other way around. I'd always kind of thought, the ivory tower, they decide what it'll be, and then the browsers follow suit. No, that's not how it works. And so you need to get the browser implementers to buy in. Fortunately, for my case, this was a thing that was already discussed and fairly self-evident, but it's something to consider if you're interested in making an improvement. You need to kind of have that interest and that desire on the side of the implementers. Okay, so I did a little bit of research while my spec PR was hanging out there and wanted to learn more about how browsers work. So Chromium, here's some quick highlights if you're interested in doing anything on Chromium. They use Garrett, which is Git-based, it's fine. The code is all C++ for the most part. So if you're a web developer like me, that might feel a little daunting, but there are tools, there are ways you can learn and kind of hack it together. If you do get a change merged in Chromium, you're looking at about 2 months before it shows up on your kid's Chromebook. So it'll be a little bit, but they have a really well-defined process and some hoops you have to jump through. If you're interested in contributing to Firefox, it feels very similar. They use Mercurial, which for me, it's the kind of thing where I just would have to Google literally everything I do, but you can make it happen. The process is a little smoother there, and from the time it's merged to when it shows up on your Linux laptop, it's like 5 weeks or so. And WebKit is actually the nicest one to work in. It's on GitHub, right? It's super easy. So hey, a pull request. Like, I don't have to learn something new. I mean, C++, sure. Yeah, okay, that's something, I guess. But the merge to GA is like one thing that's a little bit of an unknown because Apple's a black box, so it could be like in a month, it could be in a year. I do feel like WebKit is on fire lately, and they're doing a lot of great stuff, and things are coming out very quickly, and it's really cool. Okay, so while I was learning about this stuff, my PR was kind of just sitting there, because they're not going to change the spec until the implementers agree that this is something to do. And I thought, I don't want to just be obnoxious and like ping people, because they got day jobs, and I've got my day job, and I don't want to like be that person. And I thought, maybe I could build a POC. I just read about Chromium, just read about these things. Like, it's probably not going to be easy, but I'll take a weekend to see what I can do. So I pulled up the developer documentation, and literally with 3 or 4 commands, I had Chromium built and running on my machine. And there were no surprises. It did take like a couple hours for the first build, so I mean, that wasn't too surprising. But a rebuild, once you've built it, it's less than a minute. It was very fast. And so within a weekend, I was able to actually get the submitter thing implemented in Chromium. And buoyed by that positive experience, I looked at the Gecko docs, and in that same weekend, I also got it working in Gecko. And that was really, really fun, a really good learning experience for me. I mean, I've done C++ a little bit in the past, but I'm kind of an idiot in that space, so it was a lot of kind of like looking at, how is this similar code working and refreshing my memory of all those things. So I took that and I posted it on the PR just to see like, hey, can we move this along? Because I don't know what your timelines are like. Maybe I can help a little bit. And got thumbs up all around, which then gave me another little boost to say, I've read these docs. I see how I can actually contribute to this stuff that before seemed like completely unapproachable. Can I actually go implement it? And so following the docs and kind of learning more about the process, I was able to go create PRs for Gecko, WebKit, and Chromium and get them merged all within like a week or two, which was not expected. I thought this would be like a 6-month to a year kind of thing. Now there is still the time that it takes for it to work its way through, with the milestones and the releases. So, it's a couple months out kind of thing. But I was like, oh, that was cool. So any new web feature, right, like this is coming now in browsers, it's landed in the spec, I need to document it. And I'd always viewed that as like, it's just this thing that's out there, somebody really smart makes these docs. Well, here's the thing though, it's like, it's also people like me, it's GitHub, right? You can just go do a PR. They have really good instructions on how to pull down the MDN docs and run them locally. So the main repo, it's the content repo. There's also a repo called browser compat data. So any of those compatibility tables you see, and also can I use, it also pulls from that data source. So I created a PR there and added some stuff, added my little table, and we are getting really close. Now, while all that was happening, Just was in the process of upgrading to the latest JS DOM. Unfortunately, I had a little oversight in my implementation of some of my earlier JS DOM stuff and had broken stuff for React testing libraries use cases. So I had to go fix that. There were some other problems in JS DOM that also needed to be addressed. But we finally got to a point where we could use the latest Jest and JS DOM in React Router. Now, at this point, if you're like my 13-year-old, you're like, okay, wow, yeah, you did it, but you could have just tweaked your form and been done with it, right? Like, I mean, that's a lot. How many people use this to-do app? Like you? I don't know. Like, yeah. So you're not wrong, but I don't care. It's all good. This was a really fun experience, and I learned so much along the way. And I was then able to get my change made in React Router. And the change I made ended up being much simpler, because by the time we were back to this point, the feature was available in evergreen browsers. And so, in talking to the React Router team, we thought, it doesn't make sense to polyfill all this stuff in React Router. We'll just go ahead and, if the browser doesn't support it, we just append it to the end like we already do. And then for weirdos like me, I went ahead and made a polyfill. So if somebody really wants this to work in an old browser, they can. But it generally just works okay in React Router if you don't have a new browser. All right, so some takeaways. What do we learn here? Okay, yes, I know, Jeff, just because I can, it doesn't mean I should. But the people involved in this, it just blew my mind every step of the way. Everybody, through all the libraries, frameworks, the browser implementers, the people who work on the specifications, the MDN, everybody was super kind, super welcoming, and I just felt like, it felt like working on a team with someone. It was really great. And then the processes that they've created, this is really, really curated, really efficient, and it was cool to see just how somebody not knowing too much about any of this stuff coming in could very quickly get going and actually make some changes. So looking back at our graph, I don't know. I mean, like, I think this is wrong. If I redrew it according to my experience right now, I would probably do it like this. And that bump around the libraries and frameworks, I don't mean to throw shade. It's just like sometimes things take longer because of constraints that are outside of our control. But generally speaking, I would say this is a pretty flat graph. And so I hope, as you look at this and you're thinking, there's an area I would like to contribute, that your experience can be pretty similar. I will warn you, if you're trying to add the blink tag back, you're going to encounter a lot of resistance. So, I mean, the big thing is make sure this is something that's good for the web. Make sure it's something that people are going to want to use and want to implement. But, just to recap, I'm not a normal person, but I'm also unremarkable. The things I'm doing here, anybody can do. We're all developers. We're all smart people. So if I can do it, you can do it too. Just final thing, if you want to find me, I'm on Twitter, not X, I'm Twitter. And the slides are available there at that link. So thank you, everyone.
Awesome. All right, I don't know about you, but I was just in the corner stretching. It's about that time. So I'm not going to make you do anything but stand. You don't have to if you don't want to. But you can stand up right now and stretch with me just as we wake up a little bit and get ready for this next just thriller of a speaker. So as I'm stretching and talking awkwardly in front of a couple hundred people, I used to live in South Africa, and it's where the Zulu people live. I spent a lot of time with them. And they have a word that represents their culture, okay? And that word is Ubuntu. You might know it also as a Linux distro. But what the word Ubuntu means in Zulu is I am because you are. And that's what describes them as a community and a culture is I am because you are. And I think React Rally is Ubuntu. It is because you are. So now that we've stretched a little bit awkwardly in front of everyone, happy to welcome the next speaker to the stage, Mark Erickson.
Where'd the HDMI go?
You have a straight HDMI port?
Yep. All right, good afternoon. My name is Mark Erickson, and today I am very excited to share with you a relatively brief guide to React rendering behavior. Yesterday, Ankita gave a great talk about performance and when you should think about things like use memo and use callback. This will hit a few of the same points, but it's also a little more detailed, a little more technical. For those of you who know me, this should be no surprise. I am a senior front-end engineer at Replay, where we're building a time-traveling debugger for JavaScript applications. We've got a booth back there. Please come by and talk to us. I'd love to show you how much easier time travel can make understanding problems in your code. I am an answer of questions. I'll answer questions pretty much anywhere there's a text box on the internet. I collect all kinds of useful-looking links to articles and resources. I am a writer of extremely long blog posts, and I am a Redux maintainer. But most people know me as that guy with the Simpsons avatar. One quick announcement. Redux Toolkit 2.0 is in beta right now. We've got some new features, we've got some performance improvements, smaller bundle size. We would really, really appreciate feedback, people trying it out in your actual applications. Let us know how it works, what breaks, what we can improve. It's probably going to be several months at least until the final version comes out because, doing this in our spare time. All right, so what is rendering? Rendering is the process of React asking your application components, what do you want the UI to look like at this point in time based on your current props and state? And when we write components, we're usually writing them with JSX syntax, angle bracket my component. But that actually has to get converted into function calls to react.createElement or a newer equivalent to that. That happens during the build process. So at runtime, createElement takes the component type and the props, and it returns an element object, which really just formats the data, so it's got a reference to your component type and the props and any children that you want inside of that. So during rendering, React is going to call all of your components, ask them to output these elements, and these form a tree of what the UI should look like at this point in time. You might have heard the phrase virtual DOM, and that's really all this is, a tree of objects describing the UI. So React is then going to look at this tree of descriptive objects and compare that versus what you said it should look like the last time. And this is called reconciliation, figuring out what things have changed. Every time React renders, it kind of splits the work into two distinct different phases. The first phase is called the render phase, and this is when it's actually looping over all the components and calling them, collecting those element objects, and doing the diffing work. React can actually split up the render phase into smaller chunks, pause it, resume it later, or even throw away some of the work in some cases. Once it actually knows what changes need to happen, it goes through the commit phase, where it actually knows here are the changes we need to apply to the DOM. Go ahead and execute all of those synchronously. At the end of the commit phase, React then runs some of the lifecycle methods. It runs your useLayoutEffect callbacks or the old style class component, like component did mount, component did update. And then your useEffect hook callbacks run on a short timeout after that. By the way, as a side note, my slides are available on my blog. I threw a link into the talks channel on the Discord if you want to pull them up. Every React render starts with some kind of a call to set state. Today, that's mostly the set state functions from the useState hook or the equivalent dispatch function from the useReducer hook. In class components, it's this.setState or this.forceUpdate. There's also a couple other ways to trigger an update. You can actually call the top level React DOM render function again, and it's kind of like a set state in a non-existent parent component, roughly. And then there's the useSync external store hook, which is meant for use with libraries like Redux or JUstand or Jotai. Now, there is no force render function for function components, so the equivalent for that could be like a useReducer hook that just automatically increments a counter every time and doesn't even care what the current value is. So one mistake that people often have is they think that rendering implies that there must be an update to the DOM. And that's not true. Rendering is figuring out if there needs to be any updates to the DOM. It's entirely possible to have a render where the output is exactly the same as it was last time. There are no changes that need to be made, and nothing happens. So rendering is not a bad thing. It's how React works. It's how it knows if anything has to change. Now, React is inspired by some functional programming type principles. And so because of that, there are some rules that React components need to follow when they render. So there's a couple terms here. React components and their rendering process needs to be pure. There needs to be no side effects. Well, what's a side effect? A side effect is anything that affects the state of the world outside of this function as it runs. It could be mutating a variable that exists in the module scope, mutating a prop, making an async request, triggering a timer. Technically speaking, console logging is a side effect. It's just a side effect that doesn't actually hurt anything. Sebastian Markbaga, one of the React lead architects, has a gist where he laid out some rules of rendering. And these are things like you must not mutate existing variables, you shouldn't have random numbers in a component, you shouldn't make network requests or set state. There are actually some weird exceptions to this, like technically suspense. You're probably kicking off a network request while rendering. There's some oddball stuff here. You are allowed to do things like mutating variables that got created in the rendering. Like those haven't leaked to the outside world. It hasn't seen the results yet. One thing to note is that this does include hook bodies as well, because a hook body is really code running at the top of the function component. I actually just this week saw an example where a real application was leaking a keyboard event handler setup in a hook. It was recreating event handlers every time it rendered so that a single keystroke, if you'd had the app open for a while, would actually end up kicking off hundreds of event handlers for a single key because they never got cleaned up properly. So you do have to watch out for that sort of thing. Now, we know about function components and class components and even the really old React create class way of defining components. But in a very real way, those aren't even real. Those aren't actually the component. React keeps all the data about every single component instance in an internal object called a fiber. And you might have even heard the term React fiber. It was both a code name for the work that went into React 16, but also the name of this internal data structure. So if I render a to-do list component with 10 to-do list item components inside, React is going to create 11 of these fiber objects, one for each component instance. And it keeps track of what is the type of the component, what is its current props, its current state, any of the hooks that are attached to it, children, siblings, and a bunch of other internal data. And so these represent the actual current component tree. Now, when React is trying to figure out what's actually changed, it takes a couple shortcuts to speed up this process. And one of those is if you change the type of the component at the same spot in the tree, it just assumes, oh, well, this has changed. Everything inside of there has changed. Let's just blow all that section away and recreate it from scratch. But that means you do have to be careful. One mistake I often see is people try to create a function component type inside of rendering another parent. And that's a problem because you're going to create a new function reference for the child every time the parent renders. And every time React is going to think, well, this is a brand new component type. I've never seen this before. Let's just recreate everything under there from scratch. And it's going to destroy all the children, all the DOM nodes, and blow it away. So you should never create component types while rendering. Each of those should always be at the top level, so it's the same function reference every time. Another way that React controls the component tree is with keys. Now, you've probably seen these with lists. If you don't include the key, React's going to print a warning. And that's because if you create a whole bunch of components of the same type, and then they change, React needs to know identity. So if I've got those 10 to-do list items, and I don't know, delete one to-do list item in the middle, and add 2 more at the end. Like, did I add and remove? Did I move them around? Did I just change the contents? So it needs to know which of these is which, so it can preserve the ones that actually need to stay alive and delete the ones that should have gone away. Keys are really instructions to React. In fact, you can never have props.key because React will actually strip that off every time. So keys should really be, ideally, unique values coming directly from the data itself. Never, ever use random numbers generated while rendering as keys, because those will always be different, and tell React to destroy that data and recreate it. You can also use keys for things like forms. So maybe you've got, I don't know, like a list of some items in a form with some details. You could apply a key on the form to tell React, okay, like go ahead and get rid of the form and recreate it later as you select something. React has always tried to optimize rendering. So if you call setState multiple times, it tries to batch those together in one render, but it does depend a little bit. In React 17 and earlier, it only did this when you called setState multiple times in an event handler. In React 18, it always tries to batch this, even after an async await or a promise callback. So in React 18, this batching behavior is on by default, and then there is a method you can use to opt out of it. Another problem I often see is people try to set state on one line, and then they try to make use of the new value on the next line. And this is a problem for a couple reasons. One is, like, the common phrase that I hear is people will describe it as setting state is async. And technically, sort of, kind of, not exactly. The call to set state is synchronous. Like, next line, done. But React hasn't actually rendered yet because it's going to wait for the end of the event loop to do the render. And second, especially in a function component, this is a closure. It is a snapshot of the state at the last time it rendered. This function reference can never see the new state because the next render hasn't even happened yet. So I know people keep wanting to do this, and it's really hard to like wrap your mind around the way this works, but trust me, that will never work properly. There are a few different edge cases. If you set state in use layout effect or the class component lifecycles, that will run a render pass immediately and synchronously because React wants to give you a chance to re-update the DOM before the JavaScript ends and the browser has a chance to paint. Also, React reconcilers like React DOM and React Native do export a couple functions that let you alter the batching and the timing. In the earlier versions of React, there was an unstable batched updates API. In React 18, there's now something called flush sync, which opts out of the batching. Another one that probably a lot of us are familiar with is strict mode. So if your component is inside strict mode and it's a development build, React will double render your component, and the idea is that by doing this stuff twice, it'll probably make bad approaches break somehow. You know, often things to do with timers or effects. So, like, if you have like a console log in a component, you're going to actually see it show up twice instead of once. So you have to watch out for that sort of thing. And finally, this one really blows a lot of people's minds. It is legal and even correct to sometimes call set state in the body of a function component, but you have to do it conditionally. So there are a few cases when you might want to like copy a value from props to state. So you can do a comparison and like if they're different, call set state. And as soon as the component is done, React will actually loop back around and re-render it with the new state value right away, kind of pretending the previous attempt didn't even happen. So it is legal to do, but only in certain cases. So we said earlier that there's times that the render output might be exactly the same. And this makes sense because components are supposed to be literally a function of the props in the state. Same props in state should result in the same output. So we can say that if it returned the same result, then it was probably a waste of effort, like that was JavaScript time that didn't need to happen. So React does give us ways to opt out of re-rendering if we think that things haven't changed. And the basic tool for this is react.memo, which wraps your component and it automatically does a check of all the props to see if any of the props changed from the last time. If they haven't changed, there's probably no point in re-rendering. For class components, the equivalent is should component update or pure component. There is one other approach that very few people know about. If you return literally the exact same reference for a child element object, React will also bail out of re-rendering that child and everything inside of it. This has actually been in React for years, and even the early versions of React Redux relied on this. We can kind of make the comparison that React.memo is controlled by the child component in the sense that like you had to put that around the child component to make use of it, whereas the same element optimization is controlled by the parent. So in this example, if I do a use memo in the parent, the element object will always be the same, and React will only render that child once and then skip it in the future. Another common mistake I see is people assume that React will only render child components if the props coming from the parent have changed. No, that's not true. Very important point. Props changes don't matter by default. React just re-renders everything recursively. The only time that props changes matter is if the child is trying to avoid re-renders using react.memo. In that case, if you do something like always passing in a new callback function, then that might break the memoization. Or passing in child elements that way, because there'll always be a new element object for the other component in there. This also means that it's basically a waste to wrap a host component like a button tag in react.memo because there's nowhere lower for it to go. There's no recursion happening below that. It's the bottom of the tree. So there's nothing to save on that process. So then this brings up the question, like, number one, why doesn't React just automatically memoize everything by default? Should we wrap every single component in our code base in react.memo? Should we wrap every single function in our code base in use callback? And the React team has advised against this. React is generally fast enough out of the box in most cases, and there is a cost, however small, to doing the comparisons in react.memo, use callback. And there's definitely cases where the comparison will always fail, and you've just wasted a couple fractions of a second of CPU time. Now, realistically, in practice, if I wrapped every single component in react.memo, it would probably have a net benefit, but it's probably not worth the effort of trying to do that in every component. It is very important in React that every time we do a state update, that we do it immutably. You need to make copies of objects in arrays. You can't just assign new values to the existing references. And in fact, mutating data almost always leads to rendering bugs. In fact, while you could sort of get away with mutating with old school class components, useState and useReducer require that you always pass in a new reference in order for React to re-render. One of the examples of this being a problem is that react.memo does reference checks. So if you're mutating the data and then trying to pass it down, it'll think nothing's changed. There's no reason to re-render. In general, React and the rest of its ecosystem expect immutable updates. If you mutate data, you are asking for bugs. Don't do it. Now, I will make the caveat here that some newer state libraries like some of the observable-based approaches, signals, even MobX, do work with a mutating syntax. They've done some things to work around those, but don't try to mutate plain data. So how do I measure my components and their rendering? The React DevTools browser extension has a performance profiler mode. Hit record, use your app for a couple minutes, and it'll show you a list of all the renders, and it'll highlight which components rendered and how long they took. Now, if you're doing this in a development mode build, don't use that to estimate exactly how long everything took, because React is running slower than it would in production. But it'll give you a sense of like, this component took longer than that other one. I should probably focus on this one to update things. There's also a special profiling build of React, which has most of the production optimizations plus the ability to capture profiling data. So that would give you slightly more realistic timings. Okay, running short on time, moving along here. Context is something that a lot of people misunderstand in a lot of ways. First one, context is not a state management tool. Context is not a state management tool. Context is a dependency injection mechanism. You pass one value in at the top, any component inside can ask for the value. It's like a wormhole or a tube. Context doesn't manage anything itself. You are doing the management by, having a use state or a use reducer. That's what's storing the value. Context is just a faster way to pass it down than going prop drilling through 10 levels of components. So updating a context value generally requires a set state in the parent component, and then you pass a new value reference into the context provider. As of today, there is no way to avoid re-rendering if you try to read part of a context value. If your component only needs value.a, but the parent made a copy of the object and then updated value.b, well, it's a new object, it's a new reference. The context provider will update, the children will re-render when they see the value. There's no way to only care about part of it and skip re-rendering. So, we know that calling set state cues a render. React always recurses through the tree by default. Context providers get the value from the parent component in state, which means that by default, if you call set state in a component with a context provider, you're probably actually going to render literally every component in your app by default. And that's without caring whether a component is trying to read the value from context or not. It's just normal recursive behavior. So how can we avoid this problem? Two ways. One is that the first component inside of the context provider should probably be wrapped in react.memo. React will get to it. You're not passing any props. It says nothing to do here, and it skips everything below that. The other approach is to have the parent of the context provider accept props.children and then put props.children inside of its context provider that it returns. When the parent sets state, it still has the same props.children element reference, and that's when that same reference optimization kicks in. And again, React says, oh, this hasn't changed. Skip everything inside of here. So what about React Redux? I often hear people say React Redux uses context inside, and that's technically true, but also very misleading. React Redux has always used a different approach. It's basically an event emitter. Components subscribe to the store, wait for an event to be dispatched, and then get the state and diff it themselves to see if they should re-render. So every component that uses React Redux subscribes to the store, and this results in very different performance behavior than context. So normally, subscribing to the store is cheaper than re-rendering. It's okay to have lots of use selectors in the app. A couple quick differences. Connect wraps the component. It's kind of like having react.memo automatically. In fact, that's how it works internally. useSelector is a hook that is inside of the component. So if you want to avoid some of that nested re-rendering, go ahead and apply react.memo yourself. Almost on time, cool. A couple future React improvements. A couple years ago, the React team announced they're working on an automatic compiler called React Forget. And this would not only improve your dependency arrays for things like useEffect, it would automatically memoize all of the elements in your component. So if it knows that it needs this piece of data, it'll only recalculate the element objects if that data changes, which basically means much, much faster component performance out of the box. So this is in very active development. They are working on it to make sure that the Facebook website works right. They had a blog post back in March where they talked about the progress. I am very, very excited about this for the future of React. On the other hand, a few years ago, there was a community proposal for a feature called context selectors. There was a proof of concept that was merged into the React code base behind a feature flag, and it's basically dead at this point. They said it's a thing they'd like to do eventually, but it's not a priority. They've been working on Suspense and everything else server side, so I generally have no idea if or when they'll ever get to us. If they did, it would be very useful, but who knows? All right, that's all I've got. If you'd like more details, I have a much, much longer version of this as like an 11,000 word blog post, a guide to React rendering behavior with links to additional articles and resources. Hopefully this has been useful and will help you to write better React applications. Thank you.
I think that was probably the most comprehensive, but yet also the most easy to follow at the same time presentation on React I've ever seen. That was amazing. If you are looking up anything about React in any sort of like network, Discord, Slack, that type of community, you've probably seen Mark's name up there. His screen name is actually pinned to his chest. He's usually got like a Simpson-like character on there. That's him. Like, he's all over the place answering questions nonstop. I don't know how he finds the time to be that active in like every single community I look at. It's just like always up there. He also has mentioned to me that he had two purposes that he was trying to get done. One, give a talk, check, and the second one was to meet people. So that's your invitation to find Mark. You might find him around that replay booth. That's where he's been hanging out. So he wants to meet you. He wants to talk to you. Go hit him up. Okay, as we head into this last break, I hear in the wind there's a Mario Kart competition for a prize of a Cotopaxi backpack happening by the sponsor booth from Clerk. So if that's interesting to you, if you've got the wheels, you should compete, try to win. We'll be back in 30 minutes to round out the conference. Thanks. All right. Last group of sessions of the day. All right. So, we've got a few more giveaways to do still. Okay? First off, congratulations to our Mario Kart winner, Andrew Lin, who just pulled like a clinch, like final second blue shell victory. Classic. Some board games. Ben Heiner. Yeah. They're just at the base of that table back there. Go for it. And we've also got Dominic Chu. No Dominic Chu in here yet. Okay, how about Dara Aziz? Let's do it. Nice. All right, let's go maybe two more. Logan Braid. No Logan. And I don't know if this is Sazed. I don't know if that's right. Okay. How about Nick Parsons? Nick Parsons. There you go. Go pick a game. You won a game. All right. Next giveaway for those folk that visited the Ionic booth. We've got a pair of studio headphones. I think there might be an issue. You spelt my name wrong on this first one. I'm not Paul Jeter. Yeah. There you go. These are some nice headphones, too. I mean, if you didn't come up, then I was going to take them. So it's a very good thing that you are here. Right on. Okay, hopefully we're still awake. Hopefully we're still having fun. I am for sure. Even though I'm tired, I'm ready to go. Okay? So, if you're still out in the hall, I encourage you to come in, support these last couple of speakers. We're going to have an amazing closeout. This next speaker is coming to us all the way from Prague, Czech, right? Originally from Brazil, although I hear football's not quite his thing. So, but we are stoked to finally talk about atomic CSS with none other than Matthias. Oh, crap. Matthias, what was your last name? Albuquerque. Yeah, none other than Matthias Albuquerque. Nice, man.
Cool. So yeah, hello everyone. I'm so hyped about this conference. I'm finally here, and it's great to be with all of you. Thank you for having me. And yeah, I am Matheus Albuquerque, and we are here to discuss about atomic CSS and a lot of things in its ecosystem. So these are the topics we're going to cover today. So we'll discuss a few things I consider to be bad takes around this, not only Tailwind, but other libraries and atomic CSS in general. We'll discuss what's kind of bad or even ugly about the idea. And then we'll discuss the good way of doing a lot of things. And then, last but not least, we'll draft a few thoughts on top of everything we went through. But before I start, I do have to do an intermission. So for those of you who are not familiar with the idea of atomic CSS, basically we're talking to this approach of writing CSS where we have these single purpose class, and the names, they are based on their visual function. So if you're familiarized with semantic CSS, where in a card you would have this class name equals to card, for example, we're talking about going into something like this, where we would have this bunch of class names and their visual functions. And I want to hear from you, like a little bit of raise your hand. So who here is using or has used it might be Tailwind, Tashawn's, your own implementation. Okay, cool, quite a few. I would say a bit more than half of you. Cool. So for those who raised your hands, tell me about your experiences, like your feelings, like a word or two about that. For example, perhaps it was easy to use, or nah, it's hard to read, or if you consider that it's sort of an anti-pattern, or no, you like it because it brings consistency. I really need your help. I'm going to leave this QR code for the next 40 seconds. It's really easy. All you got to do is quickly scan it. And like a word or two, how has been your experience with atomic CSS, no matter which library? And yeah, 40 seconds is actually a lot of time if you have to make some small talk. But yeah, so I still see some of you are taking photos. So yeah, 8, 7, 6. Cool, I think we're good to move forward. We'll discuss this in a minute, by the way. So back to our original thing. So let's talk a little bit this good, bad, and ugly thing. But you're probably used to this cliche of good, bad, and ugly, so I want to start a different way. And I want to talk about a few things that are kind of bad takes on the topic. And first and most likely, this one that you might have heard, you might as well use inline styles. And that's not true. First thing is because inline styles, they're really costly for the browser, not only because it takes a lot of computation to convert those strings that we see into the native representations for the browser, but also because inline styles, each of them, they could trigger reflow. And if you have even in the same style thing, you could have multiple reflows. So performance-wise, it's just not the same. Also, inline styles just can handle things like media query or pseudo selectors. And you don't have to follow pre-existing definitions just like you would have with atomic class names. Because with atomic class names, what you usually have most of the time is a very well-defined API, and then it kind of acts as your single source of truth, or it's supposed to. Another thing we hear a lot is, okay, it's just adding a lot of unnecessary bloat to your HTML, so it's just making things huge, and that can be a performance problem. But we're in an age where we have a lot of compression algorithms, and Deflate, for example, is focused on handling things like duplicate strings and that kind of thing. So we have technology to handle that. And also, if you think the other way around, when you do semantic CSS and stuff like that, you might end up with a lot of selectors being repeated, and the more it happens in a style sheet, that might be the more work the browser has to do. So in a sense, you could even have performance gains by leveraging atomic CSS. We probably hear this a lot as well. So what about separation of concerns? You're just breaking separation of concerns. But I think it takes a little bit of a mind shift to realize that, okay, the style composition, it is actually performed in the HTML, but it's not like we're using style, align, or width, height, those attributes. No. What we have is the pieces, they are assembled in the HTML, but they are coming from a style sheet that we created. So the HTML here is more like of a consumer of a CSS API that we just created. And overall, a lot of the concerns I see when it comes to separation of concerns, they are coming from a very, very extreme and sometimes even dogmatic interpretation of what separation of concerns actually means. And React and JSX have been in this place before. And that's why, for example, Vue.js, in their documentation, they cover the topic of separation of concerns versus separation of file types and how these are not always the same thing. And then I could go here all day. Things like, okay, but if you're using atomic CSS, it's complicated to do theming or redesigning things, or you just end up with a bunch of unused CSS, or it's actually hard to know because I have to go frequently to the docs, or even like, I don't want to learn another language. I know CSS, so why would I go with atomic CSS? And so on. But the point is, I think that technologies like Tailwind, the way they are these days, they have the potential to alleviate all of those concerns that back in the day they made a lot of sense, but nowadays, and even you can bring in a lot of new benefits that we didn't think of. But okay, now that we got these out of our ways, I wanted to cover a few things that I kind of don't feel very well about them. And the first one are the bad claims we have around this topic. And these have been here all the way, ever since, for example, this was the first post about atomic CSS back in 2013. And here you have this: simple changes to the style of our module have resulted in new rules to the style sheet. But if we think about it, CSS is supposed to define the style and layout of a page. And if you're modifying it, it's okay that you have to modify. And by the way, this doesn't mean you necessarily have to add more and more rules and selectors. And if we fast forward in time, we have things like rapidly build modern websites without ever leaving your HTML. But I think there's a dangerous assumption being made here. It's like switching between HTML and CSS all the time is a pain. And it's actually not. I mean, if you're tweaking your markup constantly for style changes, it might mean that you're treating your HTML like just an extension of the CSS, and that can be actually a red flag. Not to mention more extreme stuff like, you know what, best practices, they don't actually work. That's not like a great way to sell. So overall, in the community, I see this, this belief that Tailwind and other technologies before them, it's the future of front end. If you're not using to do styling these days, you're just doing it wrong. So yeah, bad claims. Second thing is what a lot of people call the utility CSS lock-in. So let's do this mental exercise. Let's say we have we have our web page using semantic HTML and CSS, and we want to migrate that towards Tailwind or another library. So what we would do, refactoring, is we would break our semantic classes into those atomic utility classes, and every of them would have single responsibilities. And if you think about it, of course, depending on the size, there will be a lot of refactoring, but that's a fairly easy thing to do. And it's no wonder that we have tools like Wendy that automatically goes through your code using semantic CSS and generates atomic Tailwind classes out of it. But if we shift and try to think of the opposite, so let's say we have Tailwind or atomic CSS and we want to convert that into semantic classes. It's really hard to picture a similar tool that would do that, because you can't really build more complex without assembling things by hand like you would do with the other. So most of the times, it is only realistic that you think about converting atomic CSS from one library or implementation to another. And that makes that if you want to move to any other framework or preprocessor or any other strategy of doing CSS, that would be a considerable amount of refactoring. And I know what you're thinking. It's not like we're swapping CSS technologies in our projects every semester. But the thing is, this is an important consideration to have in mind if you're talking about something you want to maintain in the long run, and I'm talking like years and years. This is kind of more Tailwind specific, but that could apply to other stuff as well, or missing key CSS features. Let me give you an example. So back, after 2 years of Tailwind's existence, they still didn't have pseudo selectors, which are a very, very common CSS resource. And that's something that CSS and a lot of preprocessors and other tools in the ecosystems have had for years. And for a while, that was the case with pseudo selectors, but that was the same thing with background gradients or even animations. Now it's the same thing with selectors like is and where, or new functions that we have like min and max. But this extends to any other bleeding edge technology that CSS gets. You kind of have to wait, and that might be a long wait. And this one is definitely more Tailwind specific, is their internal mechanism to do class detection. So some of you probably know that, but Tailwind doesn't actually parse or execute any of your code. The way it works is it uses regexes to basically go and find anything that can possibly be one of its class names. So because of that, it's going to only find those class names that are complete unbroken strings. And the bottom line here is that you can't really construct class names dynamically, which is a fairly common thing to do in a lot of React apps. And if you check their official documentation, you will even see them highlighting that thing. Cool. So moving forward to the ugly, and yeah, I'm gonna start with the cliche, the hard to scan thing. So let's start with this quick exercise. Let's say we have this div, and we have some styles here. And now I want to support tablet and mobile and etc. So I'm gonna add some media queries here, and it grew a lot. So let's for a second rewrite that with semantic CSS. So here we have our main class, and then we have our 2 media queries for different resolutions. Now let's say we're trying to track down a UI issue here, but we know it's not specific to a given resolution, so we can ignore that for a while and focus here. And this is just easier for us to scan, and let me tell you why. First, because it's easier for us if we can just go from the top to the bottom of something. It's just the way how we read. The second thing is, it's really easier for us if we can work with very specific pairs and keys and values, properties and values. And not only that, if we leverage that, we have proper syntax highlighting to show us what exactly each property and values are. And you could think that that was an access beta example, but it's not hard to find scenarios where we would have 70, 80, or even more class names altogether. This one I took from Netlify, but that could be an app I wrote or any of you wrote. Second thing is what some people call the encouraged text soup. So, and that's not a tailwind thing, but with most of Atomic CSS, the focus is on the classes, not on the markup. So before we move forward, don't get me wrong, it's not like Tailwind, they're promoting ugly HTML, it's nothing like that. But you can throw in as many divs as you want, and you just don't have to care about their meaning. And the result is you can do things the right way, but it's just easier for a lot of times if you don't. So here's a very famous example taken from one of the Tailwind UI's projects. This is their paid UI kit, and this is the footer. And you can see like a lot of nested divs that many of them don't even have to be there. So I think that the problem here is we're thinking CSS classes first, and instead of starting with the markup and working the CSS from there. And if I were to move forward this hot take, I think that usually tools, they can make it easy to do certain things the wrong way, and that's perhaps what happens here, because the approach makes poor semantics the easy path. I think that Tony summarizes it really well with the idea of this mindset where, okay, I need somewhere to put my class, so let me just add another div here. And if I were to move forward with the hot takes, I think that optimizing for developer happiness and productivity is great, but it can be dangerous if you're doing this at the cost of readability, maintainability, and even accessibility. And yes, accessibility, because if you move forward and you see this one is taken for another very popular repository for Tailwind examples. In this snippet of Dawn, you see, for example, endless divs, an empty heading 2, placeholders that are doing the job of a label, or spans that are doing the other job, or a span that should be a heading. So a lot of issues. Those are really common. And for some apps, that might not be a problem, but depending on how deep you go with nested Dawn, that can actually be. So there's this very common guideline that's been there for a couple years now, showing how we should avoid excessive Dawn size, and depending on your public, that's really important. There's this performance inequality gap that is published with a certain frequency. And it, for example, shows how important it is to think about people in different parts of the world that are using low-end devices where having like really, really huge DOM structure can actually be bad for their experience using your website. Another thing is the developer experience. So I want to talk about two situations here. The first one is when we want to find components. So let's say, let's say you are troubleshooting a large code base. So it's important that you can narrow down where that visual problem is. So what usually helps us is when we have a close mapping between the component names and the class names of that component. So it's easy to find things. But here, we just have two options. Either we know very well that particular area of the app, or we use strings and query those strings for the class names by strings using DOM APIs. But the first thing is, not everyone knows very well all the parts of the app. So think about enterprise scale monorepos, or think about people who just joined the company or your team. And the second problem is, in Atomic CSS, it's very often that you have strings being reused multiple times. So if you're querying for that strings, you can have a lot of results that's not what you're looking for. So basically, the result is it's usually hard to determine where a module starts and it ends. And again, that's not a Tailwind thing. This post is from a few years ago, and it's reporting the exact same problem, but with ACSS. Another thing is, okay, we want to debug, but it's also common that we want to make small UI tweaks too. Before we make them in the code, we want to experiment with them in the dev tools. So that's a common practice. But here, again, either we give each component, we want to make this a style tweak a new class name, or we use inline styles. But the problem is, if we use inline styles, then we don't see the results of our experiments reflected throughout the rest of the UI. So yeah, we talk a lot about the bad, the ugly, some wrong claims, and etc. I also wanted to discuss the good way of doing some things. The first one is on-demand generation. So you're probably familiar with that, but if you're not, let's start with an exercise. So let's say we want to build our utility classes. And here's an example where I'm iterating 1 through 10 to generate something like this. So I have m-1, m-2, and all the way to 10 to be our utility classes for margin. The issue here is there's a huge gap between the CSS that is generated and the CSS that you're going to use. And you might be lacking some CSS, you might have to purge things, and etc. So that's how it works without on-demand generation. If you use on-demand generation, you scan the CSS you are actually using, and that's all you're going to generate. This has been an option in Tailwind since version 2, and it's actually the default in version 3. And if you use stuff like Guno CSS, you also get this out of the box. But if you don't, or if you use your own Atomic CSS utility, I would definitely recommend that. Another thing is, please be aware of the apply directive. So this is something that even Adam, the creator of Tailwind, he recommended people not to use almost never. And I think that apply is dangerous because basically you're negating all the most of the benefits you gained over component-driven CSS. So you missed the explicitness of the class name you had, you missed the time you saved by not having to write your own CSS, and you missed your single source of truth that you had with your utility-first classes. And it's really common, and you have a lot of posts out there recommending that go ahead and just use apply. So to illustrate, that's what I'm talking about. Here we have background white and padding large, and then there's card. So this is dangerous because you might just use those functional classes as an escape hatch to undo the component rules. So if you are using it, you have to be really, really strict and try not to intersect or have their responsibilities colliding. Another thing is type safety. So I feel like this has been like a barrier for a lot of people to adopt Tailwind and other technologies, because a lot of people just wanted what they have with Material UI or Chakra or even CSS and JS. But the thing is, luckily, these days, we have tools like Typewind or Tailwind CSS class names that brings to the Tailwind all the TypeScript experience we have, like zero runtime, type safety, compile time things, catching errors, all the great editor experience. Another thing is the style sheet composition. So if you have written a UI library before, that's something really important. There's this library called Tailwind Merge. It is really, really helpful. So let's say you can use that with a class names utility like CLSX, and you can create your own class names function using Tailwind Merge. And you're going to use it like this. So let's say you have your input component, but because it's part of a UI kit, you want to get class name as a prop so that you can, for example, add some flexibility to it. So Tailwind Merge is going to, under the hood, figure out any conflicts that you might get by doing so. And for more complex cases, you might also want to check CVA or class variance authority. One great example is creating a button. So, for example, let's say we have a button component. Our button can have some intent, so it can be primary, secondary, etc. We might also want to get the roundness as a prop and even its size. And we also want to define some default variants. For example, I want that to be median and round, etc., in case it doesn't get any props. And then when creating our button components, we just let CVA do its magic and get all the props, intent, size, roundness, etc. So that's amazing. As you've probably figured by now, it's a lot about tooling. So the things we talked about, for example, how complicated and big it can be to scan and etc. A lot of that can be fixed by leveraging prettier plugins or ESLint plugins. So I definitely recommend it too. And even the accessibility concerns we raised, like we have things like Radix UI, and there's a bunch of resources out there on how to use Tailwind and Radix UI to create beautiful and accessible components. Not to mention that you can do that your own. For example, you can have accessibility in your pipeline, in your build process. You can catch errors with tools like Exit Core, GSX Accessibility, Lighthouse Audits, and etc. And you can go one step further and even that and have that in your CI, for example. So this is ExitLinter and ExitLint are great for that. And then here you can see, for example, in your PRs, you're getting suggestions, hey, this could be an accessibility regression. So that's also great. And then last but not least, there's this thing called atomic CSS in JS. That could be a whole other session on its own. There's this great post called the shorthand longhand problem in atomic CSS. And the author makes a really good claim that is, it allows us to write our styles in a familiar monolithic way, but get atomic CSS out. So I would definitely recommend you to check it out. There are great sessions by folks from Twitter and Meta on how they leverage that. And this is not a new thing. They've been doing that, even here in past editions of React Rally, by the way. And nowadays, we have a lot of libraries that are based on these ideas. So we have Stitches, we have Styletron, Fila, UIBox, and so on. So yeah, this might be the right flavor of atomic CSS for some of you. So finally, a few closing thoughts. There's this, there are a lot of posts, and I see a lot of the idea that there's this drama and your users don't care about that, and they don't care about which tools you're using. And that can be true, but you can also find a lot of posts on the internet like this one. There's basically reporting the experience of this team in this project after they migrated their CSS to Tailwind, and that didn't work for them, so they had to run a whole epic to actually undo the Tailwind effort, which means that it didn't work for this project and this team. And that's something we need to take we think about it. And there are even tools like Vanilla Breeze that is an effort to basically convert utility-first CSS back to semantic CSS. So yes, it is just a tool, but if it didn't work for some people, it's important that we think that the right tool can make a huge difference. The second thing is, and that's also another cliche, but the solution to the problem might only change the problem we have. So just like a lot of other things in front end and tech, we have to think about trade-offs, trade-offs, trade-offs. Another thing is utility classes can actually coexist with other approaches. So you might find your sweet spot using something hybrid. And a good example is Bootstrap. In recent releases, they have been adding more and more utility classes while maintaining their old button and those kinds of primitives. And other really popular libraries have been doing the same. Another thing is Tailwind, just like a lot of other things out there, it suffers from a problem that is people tend to think it applies to all the projects. And that might not be true. So if you don't have like a component-based project, for example, Tailwind or Atomic CSS might not be ideal for you. Or for example, if you are using web components and leveraging Shadow DOM kind of is not a match with the whole idea of atomic CSS. So it doesn't make sense that you complain that you had issues with lit and Tailwind and that kind of thing. So again, it doesn't apply to everything. One of the last things in the conclusions is this quote by Guillermo Roch, the CEO of Vercel, where he compares the current momentum of Tailwind to what React and JSX had about a decade ago. So at the time, we had this feeling that JSX was going against so many existing best practices that this could never be a good idea. And here we are in a React conference talking about that. So one of the last things, and I hope this works, I wanted to revisit what you said. So yeah, we have easy, better, classes, good, gross, love, piano, Bob. So we have kind of moderate opinions here. It could be more polarized. If you've been on Twitter checking discussions or any other forums, you know that this was mild. So I guess that's the last takeaway. I noticed that there's this emotional sides to our developer tech choices these days, and that's really bad. And in other fields, people look at that and then they recognize this is what psychology calls team identification. So I think we should do the same and rethink the way we're facing all of these choices. If you can see me from the back, I look like this. I am Matheus Albuquerque. You can find me everywhere as Y the Combinator. I'm a senior software engineer at Medallia. I mentor front-end students at Tech Labs Berlin, and I'm a GD in the area of performance. The links for these slides and other sessions I have on internals of React, performance, that kind of stuff are under here. If you do have questions, anything to share, feedback, etc., I'm going to be around. It was a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Who? Maybe use a mic. There we go. Okay, who's hoping for a board game? Okay. Yeah? We got a couple more? All right, let's go with Noah Patterson. Yeah, we've got that. Let's do one more. And that's blank. That's not going to win you anything. How about Christian Romo? Okay, before we move in to this second to last speaker, I hope that you've all felt like you belong and that you've gained new friendships. I'm excited to bring into the stage a new friend of mine. I'm not sure if she's a developer or an actress, but I think we're going to find out one way or the other. Please welcome Alexa Spalato.
Thank you. So yes, I'm Alexandra Spalato. I'm French. It is a French song that I was playing. And I'm a developer relation engineer at Storyblock. I'm super excited to be here today. Again in Salt Lake, I was here for the Remix Conf. So it seems that Salt Lake love Remix. I don't know why, because today I'm going to talk about how Remix is embracing web standards to redefine modern web development. So first, let's dive into the evolution of web development. So web development is all about transforming data into HTML and delivering it to the browser for rendering. But let's take a trip down memory lane. Remember when all was about server-side rendering? You make a request to the browser, to the server, the page will be rendered using a templating language and then sent back to the browser. JavaScript was like the cherry on top, just used sparingly to have a dash of interactivity. But then, like a plot twist in a movie, JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, Svelte, Vue, and meta frameworks like Next, Gatsby, and more came into the scene. And with them, the concept of universal JavaScript was born. This is like the superhero version of JavaScript. It can run on the browser and on the server. Okay, so let's talk about the elephant in the room, the challenges we face in modern web development. Scalability. Our app always use more user, more data, more complexity without crashing. New frameworks are popping up every week. It's like a fashion trend. So keeping up with the latest and the greatest can be exhausting and time-consuming. Performance. Nobody likes a slow website. Browser compatibility. Our apps need to work seamlessly across all browsers. UI and UX. It's all about our users. Developer experience is about us developers. We want our apps to be powerful, but also to be intuitive and enjoyable to use. security. We need to keep our users' data secure. Okay, I'm not here to talk only about problems. I'm here to talk about solutions, and this is where Remix comes in. So what's Remix all about? And first, who is using Remix here? Okay, and who don't know Remix at all? Okay, so Remix, so imagine if a server-rendered framework and React had a baby. This is Remix. It has the scalability of a chameleon. It can handle complex applications, but it can also scale down to the point where you don't even need JavaScript on the page. And the best part is built on web standards. So this is like speaking the browser's native language. It has a server-client model, so you can filter the data from the server and only deliver the data that is needed by your users, and this will improve your scalability and performance. It's built on web standards, so it's like having a universal adapter, and your app can work seamlessly across all browsers. JavaScript, it's used for user experience. It's like the icing on the cake. It enhances the user experience, but the app still works great without it. It avoids over-abstraction. Learning a new framework sometimes can be like learning a new language and realize it's spoken only on a tiny island. With Remix, you're learning the language of the web. So while you're becoming better at Remix, you're actually becoming a better web developer. Also, by sticking to web standards and best practice, it helps to keep things secure. So let's dive into how Remix streamlines our development process with web standards. First off, Remix loves URLs. URLs are the backbone of the web, the address of every little piece of content of the internet. Remix embraces this and uses URL for data loading and routing. Next up, we have the Fetch API. This is your tool for data handling. And let's talk about HTML. It's the language of the web. It's been there since the dawn of internet. Remix uses HTML to its full potential. And last but not least, we have HTTP caching. By leveraging the browser's built-in caching mechanisms, Remix can drastically improve the performance of your web application. Okay, so let's talk about URLs. In Remix, they're kind of a big deal. They're not just addresses, they're the backbone of your web architecture. Imagine a URL as a path, and each segment of this path corresponds to a nested layout in your UI. In Remix, you can collocate your UI and data handling code in the same file. We are talking about full-stack components. Remix also optimizes your client-side navigation. It knows which layouts will persist between two URLs. So it only fetches the data for the ones that are changing. And on top of it, Remix can prefetch all resources for a page when the user is about to click a link. So next time you look at a URL, remember, in Remix is not just an address. It's a powerful tool that shapes your web architecture, optimizes your navigation, and streamlines your development process. So now let's dive into the Fetch API. It's like your personal postman, delivering data from the web to your app. It manages requests and responses objects, your outgoing and incoming data messages. And we also have headers, which are similar to the address on an envelope. They carry additional information about the request or response, like the destination or the type of data being sent. The fetch method takes your request, delivers your response, and can be called from anywhere in your application. Loaders in Remix are functions that fetch data from the server for your components. There's the backbone of your app's data flow. And Remix adds requests, response, headers, and fetch to your loader's global context. This means you can use them anywhere in your app, just like you would in the browser. And lastly, we have helper methods like JSON or redirects that streamlines working with the fetch API. So with the fetch API, handling data is as easy as sending a letter. So now let's dive into data rights or mutation in Remix. The magic here is based on two web stuff, HTML forms and HTTP. Again, Remix is taking us to the basics, but with a modern twist. When we talk about creating, deleting, or updating data, we're really talking about form submissions. And it's not just for your big complex form like the user profile page. Even the little like buttons are forms in disguise. The Remix form component adds some special feature to the usual HTML form. After a form submission, all the loaders on the page automatically refresh. It means that your user will always have the most up-to-date information without having to refresh the page. And with a form where your page doesn't reload after a form submission, so it provides a smoother user experience. And then we can use hooks like use navigation that give us access to the pending form states, and so we can build a user experience as smooth as butter. Think about loading indicators and optimistic UI and all this good stuff. So in Remix, the action functions look after form submissions, while the loader functions take care of getting data. HTTP caching is a powerful tool that can really improve the performance of your web application. It's like giving a memory to your app. Instead of constantly asking the server for data, your app can remember some of it, reducing the load on your server and speeding up response time for your users. In Remix, HTTP caching is used to its full potential. But what about updates? HTTP caching in Remix is smart. It knows when to update the data. And this is where cache control comes in. You can define cache control headers right in your root modules. For example, you can set max age 300 to tell the browser to keep the cached data for 300 seconds. So with HTTP caching, your app becomes faster, your server gets less stressed, and your user stays happy. It's a win-win-win situation. So in this example, the header function is exporting an object with a cache control property. The value of this property is a string that tells the browser how to cache a response. The max age directive specifies the maximum amount of time in seconds that the fetched response is allowed to be cached. In this case, it's set to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. So this code is essentially telling the browser, hey, you can store this response and use it for up to 5 minutes without checking back with the server. And you can find many other directives just by going to MDN docs because, again, this is a web standard. OK, so now we are going to dive into code, into an example, and I need some water. So I don't know about you, but for me, building a global search has always been super tedious. You need to store the value from the form into the state and then into the context and blah, 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 and more things. And when I learned Remix, I discovered that it was simple. And I was so amazed that I write a tutorial about it. So if you have the repo, you can get it from the QR code. And now we are going to explore this little website I have built for this occasion. OK, so this is a simple blog with 2 pages, some posts, and the posts have a headline, an image, and the text. And here we have a search form. It opens a modal, and I can type my query here, enter, and it redirects to a search results route, and it passes my query to the URL, and then it displays the results by page and by post. So, okay, very simple. Let's dive now into the code. So we have here a search form, and this form is placed into a model which is built with headless UI, and we have an overlay to make this experience better that displays the searching word when the form is processing, and we are controlling this overlay with a state open overlay and set open overlay. All that is placed in the header, and then we have a search result route that will get the query from the URL and filter and display the results. Okay, let's dive to see how it works. So the search form is built with the search component, and here we can read that it behaves like a normal form, except that the interaction with the server is with fetch instead of new document request, and that's why our page is not reloading. Okay, it behaves like a normal form, so who still knows how a normal HTML form works? Okay, not a lot of people, and not me. I learned it now, but I didn't know it. So what it does, the form has this action, and then we can define where the URL where the form will be processed. So here will be processed in the search results. And then by default, the form has a get method, and it will append our values for our query to the URL defined in our action, to the search result. So it passes this query to our URL. But a few days ago, you know what I was doing? I was adding a post method, and this post method, I was needing an action that I was doing in my root file, and in this action, I was getting the query from the form data, and then I was redirecting to the search result and passing the query to the URL. So basically, I was doing manually what the form does by itself. And with React, we love to overcomplicate things, and we have to unlearn that. So that was a great lesson. Even if I want to do things simpler, I continue making them more complicated. Okay, then we have this overlay, and we control it with this open overlay state. And here we have the use navigation hook. So we initiate it here with navigation, use navigation. And then in use effect, we want to open the overlay when the navigation state is idle. So our form is searching, and then we want to close it. And we also want to close our model when the navigation state is loading. So let's see how it works on the website. So here I'm going to use a slow network, a slow 3G. So when I open my form, I see my navigation state is idle. So it's not searching for the moment, and I type my query, I hit enter, and okay, it's searching because it's loading. Okay, I have a bug here. Because it's displaying my result, but my overlay is not closing. I'm sorry, so it continues searching. It seems that it's not going to the idle state. Okay, I'm playing. This is a stone that I had in my shoes for a few days, because I was doing it this way. I made it work in another way, another place in the state. And fortunately, yesterday I stumbled upon Ryan Florence that solved my problem. And it seems that I was complicating things because of what he calls the React instinct. So let's see what is the right way for doing it. So here I go to the other branch, which is the right one. And as you can see in my form, I don't have use navigation or anything. And here, okay, I initiate my use navigation here, and I don't need to have a state. With React, we want to have states everywhere. And so I put this open overlay in the state when we don't need it, because we have this use navigation state. And so I create simply variable is searching when the navigation state is not idle and the navigation location path name is search result, it means that my form is processing, is searching, so I want to open my overlay and display the searching word. And then in use effect, when it's not searching, I want to close my, my model. And that's it. And it works, and it's much more simple. So we have to learn to overcomplicate things with React and to want to put everything in the state. OK, so now everything is working. We are in the search result route, and we have our query in the URL. So we need to get the query for the URL. So for that, we are going to use the URL constructors that will define an object which represents the URL defined by the parameters. And we have a search param property and a get method, so we get our query from the URL. Then we are going to use the get-storyblock API from Storyblock. So in the back office, I'm using Storyblock CMS, my favorite headless CMS. And we want to search the blogs and posts that contains our queries. So the pages, yes, I forget to show that. So this is the back office. We have the page, and the page have a body field, while the posts have a headline field, an image, and the text. So we want to search all the pages and posts that contains the query inside the body for the page or inside the headline or text for our post. So here, with the get-storyblock API, we are going to get all the stories. This is in the loader, so this happens on the server. And we need to have a filter query parameter. And we are going to use the like operation and search in the body for the page, in the headline, and in the text. The query, we put an asterisk before and after because we want to find all the pages and posts that contain our query. And by default, it uses the AND operation. But here we want an OR, so we add the -- or keyword. And then it will return all the filtered stories. Then in our component, we are going to load the stories from the server. For that, we are going to use loader data. And then we just have to filter them by page or by post and to display them. And voila, that's all. So let's back to my slides. And so to wrap up, we've seen how using web standards in Remix makes something that is tedious for most of people, well, almost for me, a breeze. But it's not just about making our lives as developers easier, but also to deliver a top-notch user experience. So with server-side filtering, HTTP caching, and all this good stuff, we are making our app faster and more efficient. JavaScript is here to enhance the user experience, not to be overused. And by the way, this form would work without JavaScript. But I have this model Windows that needs JavaScript, but this is user experience. So the best part, we're doing all this while sticking to web standards, ensuring our app is robust and future-proof. So it's a win-win situation for both developers and users. So I hope you like this talk. And if you have questions, you can find me outside. And here you can also download these slides. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, who's learned something they didn't think that they were going to learn today? Right? Or yesterday? It's a lot of hands, right? How about we make some noise for all of the speakers and the time and effort for everything they've done up there today? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Awesome. Okay, we've got one speaker left before we close out our conference. I know. Don't worry, tonight we're gonna party, man. Don't worry. It's not over. Not over. All right. Our last speaker I've been excited for months and months and months. All right. None other than David Korshid.
Because David K. Piano, I play piano, it's not my last name. Anyway, this talk is called Use What. It is Friday, it is the last talk, let's get this over with. I'm gonna show you some really weird parts of React, and we're going to make a counterexample. I love how they call it a counterexample because it's like an anti-example, yet every state management library loves to use counters as an example, as if that's the hardest thing to do in state management, which it's not. All right, so let's start. We have two buttons. We're setting count, we're using states, right? It's 0. You increment the counts, by setting count to count +1. You decrement it by setting the counts to count -1. Simple enough, right? Well, let's make this a little bit more real world. What if we want to limit and say we don't want the count to be higher than 10 and we don't want the count to be less than 0? Easy enough, add an if statement, right? But some bad things can happen. We could actually have many ways of setting that number. We could use the buttons or we could use the input type number. And I'm ignoring the fact that you could just use input type number and not do any JavaScript, and there's your counter, but there you go. So instead we're putting it in functions. All right, so now we think, why do we have two separate functions for this? Let's just put it inside one change count function, and I didn't highlight any other code, so that's all you get to see. All right, but there's another problem. We're still using state. So we could easily work around this, and a developer could go in and say, hey, I could change that count to whatever I want just by setting counts. There is no protection against that. So we grow up a bit, we become adults, and we use reducer. So use reducer now allows us to say, hey, the only thing you could do here is send events. And so when you send events, now it is pretty much impossible for us to go beyond 10 or lower than 0 because all that logic is contained inside the reducer. All right, but now let's say that we actually need to share that count value. You see how much more complex this is getting? So we are sharing that count value, and we're providing it in a provider, and then we're using it in our component using the useContext hook. But we need a way to update that state too. So what we do is, I actually forgot what we do, but we use reducer, and then we pass in both count and send. So now we have a way to read counts from anywhere in our application and also update counts from anywhere too. But we have a slight problem here, and that's that whenever the count updates, every single component is going to update with that count. So now we have to be clever and figure out a way to make the components ignore the count if they don't really care about it. So Mark Erickson sort of talked about this earlier on, and instead we're going to create a special object with send and subscribe, and we are also going to make a hook that lets us select the value and subscribe to it. And yeah, this is basically how you over-engineer a counterexample and reinvent Redux. By the way, thanks Mark Erickson for carrying Redux on your back for all of these years. It is really an underrated library, so yeah. And also, thanks Mark for basically giving half my talk. This is gonna be a breeze. So let's talk a little bit about React, right? This talk is called Use What. How many of you know what what is? What is basically an expression where you're like, why the heck did this happen this way? But in this talk, I'm going to use this as sort of an acronym. We're going to talk about the weird parts, the awesome parts, and some tricks about React and React hooks specifically. I don't want you to really take most of this talk seriously. It's just we're seeing what's fun with React. In fact, I think that React is a really awesome library, framework, something. What is React? Well, if you look at the website, it says React is a library for web and native user interfaces. So there's your answer, right? And so that must mean that things like Remix and Next are frameworks. But we don't really call them frameworks. We call them meta frameworks. So this gets a little bit confusing. And so that means that if Next is a meta framework by Vercel, is React a Vercel framework by Meta? So React is a library that acts as a framework that thinks it's a library. But if you reference pretty much any tutorial, you're going to basically refer to React as a framework. It gets really, really confusing. But also, React is not just JavaScript. I think that they used to advertise that at the very beginning. And then there was JSX. And they said, well, you know what? JSX is just a flavor. You could use React.createComponent or whatever, or React.elements, create elements. I completely forgot because no one ever uses it. So then there's Webpack, which is pretty much required to use React. And then you have hooks, which have their own sort of rules and life cycles and things like that. And then you have what React is basically doing right now. And of course, React wants to be its own language, so it's very far from just JavaScript. And also, JSX is weird. I think when React was announced, we all sort of understood it like, hey, that's weird, but it's weird in a good way because it feels very familiar to us. It's HTML, right? We're comfortable doing that, and it's a little bit more comfortable than using a templating language, except for this. What is wrong with this code? Anyone know? Yeah, 0. Super, super weird. It still gets me. It's one of those things that's really hard to debug because you're not going to notice until it's in production and you see a little 0 there. And you're like, what's that doing there? So I think that not most of us, but how many of you have started learning React when it basically first came out? It's like many, many years ago. Wow, OK, so that's basically half of you. And how many of you are juniors, you took a boot camp, you need a job, and you just learned React that way? All right, so that's a little bit less than half of you, but we all have different learning paths, and it really changes our way of dealing with React. I think it is actually a good thing that we learn React from the whole creates components and the class component thing, because it really informs the story of why React is the way it is. And when you're learning from a boot camp, you just accept that oh, yeah, we just use hooks, and it's supposed to work like this. And then you go into JavaScript land, and you figure out, why are things so weird? And sometimes you go the other way around. Can someone tell me what's wrong with this code? What's wrong with it? Yeah, we're missing a key, right? That's pretty much the only thing wrong with it. So basically, we're forcing juniors to learn functionalist programming in order to use React. You can't, one of the most common things is, how do I do a for loop in React? Well, you sort of can't. You have to learn this functionalist sort of syntax, where basically it's using functions, unlearning half of JavaScript, and learning TypeScript, which is pretty much required nowadays. So now you have to do this weird thing in order to create an array of 100 things. Like this I do by muscle memory, and I read in an article, there's 6 different ways to create an array of 100 elements where they're all incrementing. It's really weird. But yeah, we're still forgetting a key, right? React's going to yell at us. It's going to do this thing. So what's the solution here? Add a key. Easy enough. All right, I'm just kidding. Don't do this. And I actually found this from a tweet, so don't blame me for that tip. I found this on a tweet, and this is amazing because this is the first React tip that I saw corrected with community notes. So I thought that was pretty amazing. Anyway, React is an amazing language. Or not language, geez. OK, framework, library, whatever you want to call it. Just compare it to Angular and Vue. This is, by the way, version numbers. But you can see that React is pulling way ahead here, OK? But actually, let me give you a more accurate chart over here. This is the downloads chart, and it's showing the immense popularity of React. And basically, my point is it's not really going away. So just to give you an idea, that's React. In red, that's Vue. We had the great Vue takeover of 2022, like you could see there. The x-axis is Angular. So yeah, don't take a picture of that. People will get mad at me. And of course, we have the React docs, right? Thankfully, they finally changed it from reactjs.org/docs to react.dev, but I think we all know where the real docs are, right? So is React the best framework / library / whatever? Honestly, I don't think React is even the best React library. Like we have Preact. I actually discovered that this is the wrong logo for Preact, so I'm really sorry about that. And we have Solid.js that really feels like React. But that's not the point. The point is React is the default. React is a framework that's pretty much here to stay, and it is what all other frameworks and libraries are going to be compared to. Like that's why you have new libraries like Solid and Svelte and Vue, where they all take ideas from React, which I think is a really, really awesome thing. All right, so let's talk about some of the weird hook things. Let's talk about useEffect. I actually gave a lot of talks about this, and I think you pretty much know what's going to happen here. You saw it at the beginning. This cat is totally vibing to Vercel's increasing valuation, because basically when you do this with fetch data, you're paying either AWS or Vercel millions of dollars, right? Because you forgot the dependency array. And to be fair, in the original docs, that was missing unless you scrolled way at the bottom, and it's like, hey, by the way, there's a dependency array that you could add to control this sort of behavior. But of course, and I think you know where I'm going with this, you could do this, you have the cancellation, you add the dependency array, but this is going to execute twice on mount in strict mode. I gave lots of talks about this, but there's even a page now. You might not need an effect. And so there's a lot of great tips in here. Don't calculate state in effect. Don't reset the state in effect. Do effect logic in event handlers and try to move things like fire and forget effects to event handlers too. Learn the difference between effect and effects with a capital E. It's really weird. React likes doing this thing where it capitalizes words and say, that means something different. So read the docs. I'm dead serious. Stop fetching and use effect. That's something that all juniors do, so just don't do that. And do initialization outside basically the entire component. It really helps. And use sync external store. Honestly, this should be required reading if you're learning React. So let's move on. Let's talk about useEffect. So, all right, this is part of my bad advice. Maybe disable strict mode, because only if you need to. There's going to be times where it's like, okay, I know it's ideologically right to have strict mode, but to be honest, most of strict mode is for legacy React. And the only part of strict mode, or pretty much the only part, is for that double execution. And sometimes it's really easy to say, okay, I can refactor this, I can move it to event handlers or something else. But sometimes it's really hard and you just need to move on, because life is short. And basically, I think that it would take you a lot less time to fix that very rare issue that happens because you didn't use strict mode than to actually fix things while strict mode is on and double executing. I even asked ChatGPT, why does useEffect execute twice in React strict mode? I've given the talk like probably a dozen times, and I still don't know. ChatGPT doesn't know, okay? And actually, this is a joke because I did ask ChatGPT, and it told me like, hey, it's because of concurrent mode and things like that, which is why I know ChatGPT is outdated because concurrent mode is dead, and we have replaced it with concurrent features. So, yeah. All right, let's talk about other hooks because I have 11 minutes left and too many slides. All right, so this one Mark talked about. This is something that gets beginners a lot. Your count is not going to be updated, so this is going to be still 0, still 0, still 0 by this time. So you're not going to get 42, which is what you get when you actually use functions in here. That's pretty simple. But here's a weird thing. And Mark Erickson also talked about this. Did you know that you could set state in a conditional way inside of your component? So this is something where it's like you can do this, and it might fix a quick issue, but you shouldn't do this because it's best to calculate everything during rendering and maybe change your data model so that you don't have to rely on just setting states during render. Here's another weird one, and this goes with the whole just JavaScript thing. Let's say that you have a set and you want to set, so you get set and set from useState with a new set. And here's the thing, sets and maps and things like that are like they're built-in parts of JavaScript. It's like, why not use that? I didn't even start drinking this water. Don't need it, I guess. All right, so how do we do this? The problem is this is not going to work because we're mutating this data structure, and this is a data structure where you're like, okay, what's the immutable version? I guess I have to pull in immutable.js and use set from there. Really annoying. I found a really weird hack that makes this work. Just wrap this in an array. And so this honestly works. So you're destructuring it. The syntax looks a little funny, but when you're setting sets, you're setting a new instance, like a new reference of an array. And so it's going to tell React like, oh, hey, yeah, I should change that. So if you want a quick, dirty way, and probably illegal way to use sets, just do that. But the bigger problem that I have with things like useState, and the thing I think is weird, is that we interpret useState to mean use8. And so we just start having a ton of them, and we have more and more state. I searched Twitter for useState hell, and I got just a bunch of really, really, really scary looking things. So stop being afraid of useReducer. Okay, this is exactly what useReducer is for. And you could even use reducer in a way that makes useState a lot simpler, where you could combine it into a single object. And this is a little cool trick that I tweeted about a while ago. And so basically, you could update partial data with useReducer. And also, useReducer can be simpler than useState for a few things. For example, if you want to toggle something between true and false, you could use this simple trick right here. useReducer, whatever the state is, negate the state, and the state is a Boolean, so we could just trigger between true and false by doing this. A lot simpler than useState. All right, let's see what else. This is something weird that I found with useReducer, where you could actually change the reducer, and React will accept that new reducer. And so it gets weird. Like in this instance, I'm incrementing by 1, and then I click the H1, and then it just changes. This is something that I feel like you should never do, and it should never be allowed in React because it's very easy to get to an invalid state. And another thing you should never do is put on-click handlers on H1s and divs because they're not buttons, but I was lazy, so that's what I did. Use ref. I love this hook because it's the hook where if you want to do something and you don't want React to know about it, you just use ref. You could just sort of hide it there and be like, hey, I'm not going to tell you what I'm about to do with this data. I asked a question on Twitter, like, what are the weirdest, most frustrating parts about React? And one of the most mentioned ones, or most liked ones, is forward ref. Really, really weird because it's like you can't pass a ref to something without wrapping it in forward ref because of some legacy reasons. But I realized you could just rename the prop. Like, I just put input ref. This works. Like, you don't need to do the whole forward ref mess. And even if you're fine with forward ref, TypeScript makes it even more of a mess. So just rename it. All right, so now let's get to use memo. Again, Mark Erickson talked about this. React is based on this whole idea where it's OK to re-render everything top-down, but it's really not OK. So React gave you a few tools to work with that, like react.memo, use memo, and use callback. But there's still a lot of weird footguns over here. So for example, if you're trying to use memo over here, can anyone see something that might be wrong with this? Anything? No? All right, well, if you're rewriting, or if you're writing the components in a normal way like this is going to create a new object instance every single time. So your use memo is going to do absolutely nothing, even though you're passing the same object, the same data in. So you just have to pretty much put in all the options over there to make sure that that doesn't change. And so I thought that that was pretty weird. Also, something that I actually ran into is, let's say that you want to call onChange in response to a value changing. The thing is that React is going to yell at you because onChange is not part of the dependency array. even though you know that onChange is never going to change, it might actually accidentally just keep, calling that use effect because onChange is always changing, even though value is not changing. So you have to put it in a ref or something, or you could just shut up React and, and do this. So honestly, I have this in production code. Don't judge me, This is a tip that I actually learned from Kent C. Dodds, who is sitting somewhere back. Hey, Kent. And so I actually thought that this was cool because this is something that at the beginning when hooks were introduced, I sort of carried over this idea from, you should bind your callbacks and everything, and you should not create new function references. Remember when we talked about that? Like we don't anymore. But a lot of people still do this, apparently, where let's say you have an event handler like onClick, and you're like, you know what? I don't want it. I want it to be the same reference. So you put it in a use callback, and that might rely on something. But here's the problem with this. And from what Kent explained to me, that your use callback, every time the function re-renders, it's still going to recreate that function instance. So either way, you're not avoiding creating a new function. Like that function might be wasted. It's going to be immediately garbage collected, hopefully, but still, you're wasting it. So better just, honestly, if you're questioning whether this is the right way to do things, whether it's fine to inline the function, just inline the function. And if you want to remember this tip, just ask yourself, can I put an event handler in use callback? You can't. So, all right. All right, so now let's go to use context, another one of my favorite hooks for many reasons. And you could probably see where this is going to. Use context is a pretty simple hook until you get to something like this. And I've seen this in a tweet. I don't remember the tweet, but people say, oh yeah, there's lots of solutions to this, like React Adapt and Gearbox and just all these weird names, or you can make your own provider's provider and give a provider's object to the providers, and that might work. I don't actually have a good tip for this. This is just a reality of React. It sort of looks like your application buckling from top down over its own weight. And actually, when this was actually quote tweeted by a React core team member, and he said, nothing's really wrong with this, but if you've ever tried to refactor this, it is an absolute nightmare to refactor. And I believe that that's because even though we like to say that React components are like Legos, right? Providers are like super glue, where it's really not easy to take that component out of that provider mess, even though that component might not rely on 70% of those providers. So that's just something to keep in mind. Let's talk about rules of React hooks. There's one where you can't call hooks conditionally, except in other frameworks where they were able to figure it out. So what if you did want to call a hook conditionally? I mean, there's tricks to it. You could basically put it in a component and have that component just be a dummy component where, if you conditionally render that component, it's somehow OK. But guess what? The use context hook, you can call this conditionally. Anyone know why? Any guesses? All right, it's a long-winded answer. So React, every single hook, when it has its own state, it's doing it by index, right? So every time React goes through the function, it's like, all right, you're the first hook, second hook, third hook, so that it knows where to look for its state. But since use context actually is looking, just in this some context object, it doesn't really need to reference anything. So you could actually safely use context conditionally. React will still yell at you, but it's totally allowed. So yeah, this really gets me to this point where rules of hooks are really just technical limitations. They're not programming best practices. And so just keep that in mind. It's something that you have to accept when working with React. Here's another one, resetting state with key. This is something that I believe, like, hey, this is a really awesome thing for a while. And this is actually straight from the React docs, where we have a form over here. And let's say that we want to reset this form from the outside. So we have this button on click, handle reset, is going to set this version to a version +1, and then this key is going to be that version. Again, straight from the React docs, this looks like a Rube Goldberg machine of like, do this and do that, and then this will magically reset. And to be fair, it does work, except for the normal input type reset button. So if I fake reset from goats to David, or David to goat, then this thing that's supposed to work because it's just HTML doesn't really work. So I actually looked at this example and I was like, that's a little weird. So what's the right, or not the right way, but a different way to do it? So I realized that first of all, I'm using state over here still, but I'm using it just as a default value. I have input type reset. I don't have any keys, and then I'm using normal HTML to have form equal to some form, and this some form is the ID over here, and so both resets work. So we're not using keys or anything, but also with forms, honestly, for the most part, you don't even really need a form library. I posted this tip a while ago on Twitter where you could use form data, and then you could get object.from entries, that form data, and then you could do whatever you want. So if you don't need to control your components, you could just specify the name on them, and then just use the form normally. So really, this is a use the platform. Shout out to Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson with Remix. But yeah, use the platform whenever it makes sense because it makes things easier sometimes. Also, keep components uncontrolled unless you really, really, really need them to be controlled, because if you really take a step back and realize what you're doing, you're duplicating state for no good reason. So just think about whether you should keep it controlled or not. All right, pop quiz, local state and simple updates. What hook is that? Use state, yep. How about globals? I just gave you the answer. Use context, right? How about local state and actual logic? Use reducer. Okay, cool, we have one more thing, which React will certainly fill. What's the last one? Yeah, sort of, I just put question marks here, because React is a little bit weird about that, and that's why, honestly, so many state management solutions have popped up here to basically fill that gap. But yeah, you're right, use sync external store. This is like React saying, or just, this is React being so close to having an actual state management solution where, honestly, you wouldn't need Redux, you wouldn't need Zustan, you might still need Xstate because state machines are cool, and that's sort of my thing. But yeah, use sync external store, pretty simple. You have a store, you have a subscribe function, and get snapshot, but React really has this hook for the purpose of being used for existing non-React code, which I think is really unfortunate because they actually did give an example here, which is so close to just, like, they could just wrap this up, put a bow on it, make it an official React thing, and then you have your global state management library in React. So I would honestly encourage you, like, just look at this, and if you didn't want to use an external state management solution, it's really a great way to go. There's a lot of other hooks where I have 2.5 minutes left, so I can't really go through them. There's use debug value, where it's really used for Kent C. Dodd's workshops. I don't know the other purpose. Use deferred value, which I learn what this hook does, and then I forget it half an hour later. Use ID, used for accessibility. Use imperative handle is honestly a really awesome hook. It's like use ref, but better. So use insertion effect, use layout effect. I don't know why there are so many effect hooks, but there are. I don't know what use insertion effect does. Use transition. Again, that's one of those things where I forget what it's used for. And then 2 hooks, which I don't know will ever see the light of day. Hopefully they will. Use events and then use, just use. So yeah, really weird hooks. Now, we do have to talk about the elephant in the room, except we don't, I'm not going to get to it, which is RSCs, right? And honestly, that's a little bit weird on its own. That's a whole other talk altogether, where we're using strings to basically determine the fate of where our components live, whether it's on the server or client. Except it's not the server or client, it's really server-client boundaries that it's defining. Really, really confusing. Anyway, my main point is React is awesome, and nobody ever got fired for choosing React. People got fired for doing this, though, so don't do this or else you will get fired. I'm so glad to be here at React Rally. I was here in 2017, and React has really allowed me to experiment with things like using state machines and components and really teaching people about it. How many of you have actually, you now know what state machines are, maybe because of me or XData or something, that's a good amount of hands. That's good enough for me. I introduced Ryan Florence and the state machine at that talk, and so I thought that was really special. And also, I took that and basically built a company called Stately.ai, and this is a state machine editor that was built on React and on Triangle Company. And so these two things have enabled us to move fast, and sure, there were so many weird parts, so many things that we had to get used to, fighting with performance, like React wants to re-render everything by default, and for highly interactive canvas-based applications like this, React may not be the best choice, but it is still a really, really great choice because you could go back and fix those performance problems later. I also introduced this, visualizer, and this was about 3 years ago, I want to say. This was actually built with upside-down triangle. But here's the thing. I actually built this in React first. And then I took it and I put it in a state machine. And so most of the logic lived in that state machine. And so I moved it to Vue, and it took me all of 10 minutes to just hook that up. And so that's when I realized that losing all hooks was freedom. And so the main point here is that I have a few spicy takes before we go. If it's not directly related to UI, it should not be in React. So that sounds like sort of a weird thing. It's like, doesn't React want to own everything? And I really believe that hooks are how the UI world communicates with the logic world. And if you look at it that way, things just become a lot simpler. And so in the same vein, don't lift state up, lift state out. Again, React has a huge missing part there where I really wish that they would standardize, use sync external store, and have a way to share states between components without having to use context and re-render everything top down, because you do run into problems. If you have two components that need to share state, you lift it up to the parents. But guess what? If you have a child component, then you don't really want that to care about that state. So you move the components that care under a component, and then you move the components that doesn't care adjacent to it. But then if you have another component that does care about that state, you see how things just get a little bit messy. So moving to use, or I was about to say using external store, but just some global state management, it does make things easier. And that's why so many people have adopted just external state management libraries. And also, don't worry about the cutting edge stuff because honestly, it's probably 5 years away anyway, which is great because it takes me 5 years to finish my side projects. So, that's great timing for me. And also, don't worry about silly things. You remember this, right? Remember when we had a whole Twitter fiasco about it, or Reddit, or whatever we were doing back then, but now nobody cares about this anymore, right? So, in short and in closing, have fun, make things users want, and realize that the what is part of the fun. Thank you, React Rally.
What? Can I get an audience what? What? That's our life. Okay. Who would have thought? Not me. All right. Let me jump on the Stately train for a minute. Stately had this glorious DeLorean, Lego DeLorean, back by their booth. And I've got a winner for it. So first off, before I get that, who's happy that they stayed for that last talk? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I am as well. Don't leave yet. I've got some big announcements still to make, so stick around. That was amazing. Okay, winner for the DeLorean. I've got Mark Hobson. Is he still in the room? He is. Not only that, he's a local. Thanks for coming, Mark. All right. Tanner, that's you at the back. Guess what? You were this close to winning it. Second. Yeah. All right. So let me go through a couple lists of things, and then I got some announcements as well. All right. First thing, there'll be some extra shirts. You know, there's some previous year shirts as well that are set up out in the hall. Those are take them away because they don't fit in my car, right? So please take those. My kids, he's this tall, but I don't want to be, he'll just end up wearing them, right? So save him the trouble. Okay, the talks are over, the events are over, the party is not over, right? So informally, we want to keep this going. We want to keep the vibe going. So we'll link it all in Discord. We'll have all the details so that you can forget everything I said. And I'm going to butcher it anyway, so go there. But there's a place called The Gateway, right? It's got bars, it's got a movie theater, it's got restaurants, it's got a place, Dave & Buster's, right? Arcade, kind of like bowling type, fun adult center. I believe Dave & Buster's has alcohol. Am I getting a nod? Yeah, right? So arcade for adults, what could be better? There's music venues there. Hall Pass is a recommended food option. We'll link all of those, okay? So around 6 o'clock, we're thinking informally, we're probably gonna head that way. If you don't have, a buddy, a group, they've left already, whatever it is, find somebody. If you're going to struggle to find someone, maybe throw on your badge tag. And please, 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 if you see someone with a tag on, make sure they've got someone to go with wherever you're going. Bring them along with you. Let's keep the community, the code of conduct still going. Let's be treating everyone with respect. Remember, you all belong here, right? All right, a couple of other announcements, or I guess before I get into the announcements. We want to say thank you to, again, the speakers. So maybe let's hear it again for the speakers. Yeah. For the amazing AV team, everyone in the back office that's just making everything happen. Thank you. And most importantly, we just want to express the most gratitude. The speakers want to express the most gratitude for all of you. Without you, none of this is possible. So thank you for making React Rally come back again. 2023, a success. We love you all so much. Okay, with that as well, we love you so much that we're going to break tradition a little bit and let you in on the secret. React Rally 2024 is a thing. It's happening again, right? August. Keep it then. I gotta play it loose. Keep you on the edge of your seats, right? So you're wanting some more. So stay tuned. We'll be back. We want to get a picture of everyone here, right? A nice family photo. So we'll have everyone come up. We'll get a nice picture. Speakers, after that as well, let's get a picture of all of you up on the stage. Okay, I've got 2 more board games left, and then we'll start to invite everybody up. I know it's a long list of announcements, guys. I want to make sure that I didn't miss anything important. All right. So let's go with, is Arjun Athens still here? Board game. And then the last one, that doesn't have a name on it. Just a funny. Jenny Chong. All right. It was destiny because I actually picked yours up earlier and you weren't in the room, and I had another one in my hand and I went with that one. So the tickets never lie. All right. If you'd like to show up for a picture, please join me up on stage. Let's get a picture of everyone up here. Again, thank you so much for making React 2023 a huge success. As you're coming up, keep coming up. The other thank you I can't forget to mention is a huge thank you to our sponsors who make it all possible. Thank you to all of our sponsors. All right, where's our photographer at? I'm going to pass you the mic so people can hear you if you'd like to direct. Don't need it.